under the current Prime Minister of Ethiopia, more than 6,000 Oromos have been brutally murdered by the Ethiopian government, according to Oromia support group. And another perpetrator, the Fano militants, have been attacking the Oromo civilians over the same period. And this attack against the Oromo people have been escalating in the last few months. We remember the lives of Hachalu Hundessa. Hachalu Hundessa was assassinated in June 2020. And no credible justice has been made against those who conducted the assassination. The government came and blamed a number of groups and arrested unlikely people who might have not committed this crime. And as of yet, we don't know exactly who killed Hachalu Hundessa. And the crime keeps on mounting, and the Ethiopian government, at the end of 2021, on December 1st, 2021, the Ethiopian government encircled Abagada Karayus, about 39 of them, and rounded up and took about 16 of them to a jungle and brutally murdered them in mass. And it came out and blamed it on the Oromo Liberation Army. Later on, as you might all know, Ethiopian human rights groups and some of the parliamentarians came and confessed that it was the work of the Ethiopian government. The Ethiopian government summarily executed Emmanuel Wandimo on a public square in Batte Urgesa. They took them out of his hotel and just executed him. And nobody is held accountable. And this is continuing. And as this crime keeps on repeating itself, we risk feeling numb and habituated with this kind of human rights violations. And now the older crimes committed by the Ethiopian government, human rights violations, are being forgotten. The people who are being killed are being forgotten, and nobody asks about whether justice has been served to these people. And as this kind of human rights violation continue, we forget the past, and new news are just a number, just a statistic. But behind that statistic, there is a person whose rights have been abused, a family member who is lost, communities that have been displaced and uprooted. Today, we are joining to discuss not about the statistics, not about the atrocities alone. We will be discussing about ways to, new ways to tackle numbness and continue to strengthen being the advocates for these victims. So, and on behalf of Oromia Global Forum, this morning I welcome the panelists and the attendees for a warm participation. And I would give you some ground rules. So whenever you are not speaking, please mute your mic, and let's wait until it's a discussion time if you have question. If you have question and you are in the attendees, raise your hand. And the panelists will be allotted about 15 minutes to speak. And Dr. Hambisa would be our moderators, and Dalalim, myself, and other leaders will moderate as well. Thank you and welcome this morning.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Hambisa Belina. So as Dr. Daniel just said, I would be moderating and timekeeping. Our first speaker would be our keynote speaker, Dr. Trevor Truman. In actuality, Dr. Trevor Truman needs no introduction in this group, but let me say a few words and then I'll leave the stage for him. Dr. Trevor Truman trained Oromo Relief Association workers in Sudan and in Oromia between 1988 and 1992, and later co-founded the Oromo Support Group, OSG, in 1994. After retiring from medical practice in 2008, he continued documenting human rights abuses against Oromo and other peoples of Ethiopia. His OSG reports, spanning from refugees' testimonies in Kenya, Somaliland, Djibouti, and South Africa, to recent accounts from Oromia, remain an important record of abuses, with reports 50 to 65 covering events since 2008. It would be my distinguished honor to invite Dr. Trevor Truman to deliver a keynote speech this morning. Thank you for being here. The floor is yours, Dr. Trevor.
Thank you very much, Hambisa. I must say I'm rather embarrassed to be a keynote speaker where there's so many other prominent speakers attending, but I am delighted to be here because this is a subject close to my heart, and it is important to reassess Oromo advocacy. I'm very pleased that OGF has combined with the Oromo Conversation team with this conference, and I must congratulate them for making a conference with such erudite speakers. The Oromia Global Forum is potentially a huge force, and it's important that it's rejuvenated and reinvigorated from this conference henceforth. Advocacy is a vital part of the Oromo struggle. It's important now because in terms of attracting friends and support, but also in the future, paving the way for future relationships with other peoples in Ethiopia and outside of Ethiopia. And this will be so much easier if they are informed and free of the biases and prejudices that are faced by the Oromo. The message is simple enough, but why is it not getting through? Why are the Oromo still perceived as perpetrators instead of victims of abuse? And we all know that atrocities continue to increase in Oromia. The priority of Abiy to wipe out the Kero movement, the young men mainly and women killed, young girls being raped directly as a result of their wanting to stand up for being Oromo, and the families of fighters within the Oromo Liberation Army. Now their villages are being razed to the ground and they're being made homeless, or they're being tortured and put in prison. The population is facing extortionate so-called taxes and basically looting by local militia in the name of paying for weapons and local development, but basically their militias are feeding off the local peasants. The fabric of Oromo society is being torn apart. There is anarchy, chaos, and economic collapse, and a failure of education and trade. On top of this, Oromia is being given away, Orogudru and East Wallaga to Fano, and Borana and Bali, parts of there, to Somali region. Increasing numbers of refugees in Egypt, Djibouti, Somaliland, Puntland, Kenya, each with their own heartrending stories of despair. The attitude to refugees, meanwhile, is getting increasingly hardened as the rise of right-wing politics and xenophobia throughout the West. And the brazen attacks now on international law with genocide in Gaza, and even Mossad discussing with Ethiopia the possibility of relocating Palestinians from Gaza to Oromia. This is all stranger than fiction. But why is it happening? Why is it allowed to happen? There are many reasons for this. Inertia and apathy, the Western way of life where people are so busy surviving that they don't have time for activism, people burning out. Also disinterest, partly related to ignorance of the situation there. An acquaintance of mine, who I've known since the 1980s when working together in Sudan, I was trying to tell him about the work of OSG, and in response to one report, he said, "Oh, all these ethnic groups are as bad as each other." He had no time for these ethnic politics, he said. So one other reason is compassion fatigue, loss in the noise of other problems around the world. But mainly it's because the narrative is not in our control. It's in the control of the people committing the abuses. With their counter-propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, and aims to disparage the Oromo and their cause. But there is no point in hand-wringing. We must look at our role in not getting world opinion on our side. Churchill said, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." We need to reappraise our advocacy work. Better coordination between organisations has often been suggested, but we have attempted this. We formed a coalition of more than 20 groups. I think it's more than 3 years ago now. And after a flurry of interest, now it's only 5 of us that turn up to our weekly meetings. From this conference, we hope to get concrete steps in terms of reappraising and coordinating and cooperating between groups. And this will happen later today and tomorrow. We need fresh ideas, young men and women, to help and redirect us. So if you're interested in this sort of activism and advocacy, please do attend tomorrow when it begins at 11 o'clock EST. Today, we hear from the experts looking closely at some of the obstacles faced by Oromo advocates. And I'm delighted the next up is Professor Alex Duval, followed by presentations by Professors Asifa Jalata, Dr. Getu Sekata, Professor Mohammed Hassan, Dr. Jamal Hebano, and the renowned journalist Martin Plout by recorded interview, followed by discussion and Q&A. So, Baganagan Duftani, everybody, it's a marvelous beginning, and let's hope it's a very fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Truman, for a wonderful keynote speech. And that's one of the things you said is a quotation from Churchill: "Success is not final and failure is not fatal." That's really good. So it really gives us food for thought. Our next speaker would be Professor Alex Duval. Professor Alex Duval is an executive director of the World Peace Foundation and research professor at the Fletcher School, Tufts University. He has worked on famine, conflict and related issues since the 1980s as a researcher and professor. His books include The Real Politics of the Horn of Africa, 2015, Mass Starvation, The History of Future Famine, 2017, and New Pandemics and Old Politics, 2021. Professor Alex will be speaking on the desensitization paradox, how constant exposure shapes local and global responses to human rights violations. Does constant exposure to human rights violations create numbness or foster helplessness? How does this differ between local population and global audience? It is my distinct honor to invite Professor Dole to speak. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hambisa. Thank you for inviting me to this. This is an important initiative at a very important moment. It's astonishing how little Ethiopia as a whole is in the news, and still more so how little attention is given to the plight and the struggle of the Oromo people. And I do hope that it's possible to make a difference. And I think the least we can do is to keep the flame of hope alive. And that begins with breaking the silence. But as we know, breaking the silence is only a beginning. Many of you, I'm afraid I have really fallen short in this regard, but many of you have really been very actively advocating on behalf of the Oromo. But as you say, it does not yet seem to have had much of an impact. I want to focus on imagery, on the visualization of crisis, and in particular, the visualization of starvation as a crisis. And one of the very first reports that I wrote in 1990 on famine was entitled Starving in Silence, a report on famine and censorship. And it was inspired by an observation by my former professor, Amartya Sen, that a free press is critically important for preventing that kind of atrocity, that is starvation. And that report focused on journalism as the form of early warning and accountability after the fact. And it had case studies from communist China, from Ethiopia under Haile Selassie, and under the Derg, which was still in power at that time, and in Sudan. And in all cases, government had suppressed information about starvation because they didn't want the embarrassment, they didn't want the political illegitimacy, they didn't want the exposure of the war crime of starvation. And we see those same motives, those same tactics at work even today. Now, we are seeing there is deepening hunger in Ethiopia, but we're not seeing it. We're not seeing it in the rural areas because we're not seeing the pictures, we're not getting the full reports. We're not seeing what is happening to people who are being burned out of their villages, driven from their land. We're not seeing what happens because aid supplies have been shut down overall and have been blocked from reaching the particular areas where people are. And we're not seeing the urban starvation either. And this has different characteristics. Starvation is part hunger, part humiliation. And especially for people who live in urban areas, who have been up to now reliant on salaries or in pensions. For them in particular, starvation is the indignity, the shame of the sheer embarrassment of someone who has worked all his or her life being reduced to being a beggar, being reduced to sell their furniture, their family jewelry, perhaps going to a different town or a different part of town to find strangers to beg from because you feel too humiliated to beg from people who are your neighbors who know you. Now, one of the points I made back in 1990 when I wrote that report was that images seem to break through the wall of denial. faraway publics, policymakers refused to believe that a famine might be happening until they saw the pictures with their own eyes. It was television in 1973, Jonathan Dimbleby, and again in 1984, Michael Burke, Mohammed Amin for the BBC. And in Tigray in 2021-22, there were no foreign journalists permitted. And sadly, pictures taken by local journalists just did not have that same effect globally. International publics want to see journalists that they know, that they trust, as the purveyors of this information. I would add that in Gaza over the last few months, it's the pictures of the starving that broke through and roused the world to a level of condemnation of Israel that had not happened before. It was those pictures that rattled Benjamin Netanyahu in a way that no other reports or data had managed to do. But there's another story that I want to pick up on here. And let me give an example from history to kick us off on this, which is the 1943 famine in Bengal in India, caused by British wartime policies and suppressed strict censorship. And the editor of the Statesman magazine newspaper in Calcutta, Ian Stevens, broke through that censorship through a simple ruse. He published pictures without captions. So there was no mention of the word starvation or famine, but his readers could see what was happening. And that worked. British opinion was galvanized. Now, Winston Churchill enters this story actually as a villain. He was partly responsible for this starvation. He was an old, bigoted racist. And he, who had grown up as a Victorian, believed that Indians were less deserving than other starving people, for example, the Greeks, whom he liked. And like many of his generation, when Churchill saw those pictures, he was not stirred to compassion or pity, but to revulsion. The degradation that he saw, the dehumanization in those pictures, he blamed on the victims. He said they were breeding like rabbits. He didn't recognize that they had been reduced to this state by his government's own policy. And there is a danger here that when we see people degraded, humiliated in this way, we may want to distance ourselves. Dehumanization can become self-justifying. There can be a collusion between those who portray starvation and those who perpetrate it. This was a tension that we saw many times in recent decades. We saw it in Ethiopia, for example, where many criticized the media and some of the aid agencies for their degrading pictures of Ethiopians reduced to helplessness. I called it disaster pornography myself. And there are two elements here. One is this dehumanization, but that needn't be the case. There are also cases in which those who are suffering these atrocities, this degradation, are portrayed in a way that represents their humanity, represents their agency, that they are people who can overcome that plight. They're not helplessness, because helplessness desensitizes and demotivates the viewer. We want to see people who can help themselves. Irish aid agencies in particular have been pioneers in this representation of the suffering people as positive human agents. But this only seems to work if the audience, such as the Irish people who are paradigmatic in this regard, it only works if the audience is already predisposed to help. It doesn't work if we need to be shocked into action. The second element here is that the pictures only represent the victim. The culprits are not in the picture. We only get an image of the outcome of starvation, not the act of starvation. So starvation is a crime that is committed remotely. The perpetrator is not in the frame. These are usually man-made famines, is far away. We may see other people in the picture, members of the afflicted community who are not starving, who are less poor, and our immediate impulse is to think of those people as somehow being responsible. But actually, they too are victims. They're just not the main immediate victims They're not those who haven't yet been caught by starvation. And this erasure of the perpetrator is not just a function of the image, it's also a function of the metrics and measurements and the reports. A few years ago, I gave a talk in Ireland to commemorate the Great Hunger in Ireland. And it's well known that that starvation was the outcome of English policies in London. And I suggested to my fellow panelist, who was the president of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, that the famine be renamed the Great English Famine in Ireland. And he smiled at me to say, without speaking the words, I could say that he, as president of Ireland, may sympathize, but it would not be politic for him to do so. This is a crime without a criminal. So we should talk about Abiy Ahmed's starvation in Tigray, his starvation policies wherever his wars are being conducted, whether in Amhara or Oromia today. And there's an intrinsic problem with the measurement of food crisis too. The United Nations has the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification System, or IPC, and that measures food insecurity, what people are eating, what they're forced to do to get something to eat. It measures malnutrition and mortality. And when certain thresholds are breached, when it gets sufficiently bad, they call it famine. And when they're not breached, it can still be appallingly bad. People can be desperately hungry. Children can be grievously malnourished or dying at levels of up to twice normal levels. But somehow, if it's not famine, it doesn't figure in the public discussion, in the global consciousness. And the IPC, in its early warning and its diagnosis, just looks at the outcome. It doesn't attribute the blame. So our imagery, our language, our measurement tools are all designed for a kind of famine that really no longer exists. In the past, until the middle part of the last century, famines were caused by poverty and drought, as well as poverty and war. Many were caused by communism. 30 years ago, these causes were consigned to history. There's no famine, there's no mass starvation that's been caused by any of these things in the last 30 years. The only ones that we see are those caused by state collapse, as in Somalia, or more commonly, state action, depravity, as in Syria, as in Ethiopia, as in Sudan, as what Israel is doing in Gaza today. This point cannot be overemphasized. All contemporary famines are man-made. So what I'm just going to conclude on here is just a simple key point that we need to reiterate again and again, which is that when we use the words to starve in speaking or in writing, we don't need to just advocate who is being starved, the victims of starvation. We must always say this is something that is actively being done, and we must call out the perpetrator. And I think there is a huge amount of work to be done in the Ethiopian context to pull away this facade that Abiy Ahmed has presented to the world, that Ethiopia is a land of food insecurity because of natural hazards, and that he is overcoming that. This is simply not true. It is a big lie. And many in the United Nations are conniving in this lie. It is a lie that needs to be unmasked. And I think to do that, we also need to return to the images. We need to counterpose the images of those who are suffering with the propaganda images that are generated by the regime in Addis Ababa, which are frankly a misrepresentation, and make it clear that there is a big lie being told here, and that starvation is a reality, is a fact that is being inflicted by the government in Addis Ababa on its people across the entirety of the country, not only in places like Tigray, which are desperately poor and hungry now, but across the country and in the urban areas too, and to make it clear to the domestic and international audiences that the experience of hunger is not just that biological experience of suffering the pangs of hunger, suffering the wasting of the body, but is also that degradation, that humiliation that is actually part of the intent of those who are inflicting it upon the people. So with those words, I thank you very much for inviting me, and I will hand back to Ambisa for the rest of the program.
Thank you, Professor Alex. Thank you so very much. We shouldn't leave this crime without a criminal is one of the things that stand out to me. We really appreciate it, and I think more would come out during the Q&A time. Thank you so very much. Our next speaker would be Professor Asafa Jallata. Dr. Asafa Jallata is Betty Lynn Hendrickson, Professor of Sociology and Global and African Studies at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, a leading researcher in Oromo studies, indigenous and human rights, critical race studies, and global politics. He has published 15 books and numerous articles. His recent works include the Oromo Movement and Imperial Politics 2021-2022, Cultural Capital and Prospects of Democracy in Botswana and Ethiopia 2019-2020, and Phases of Terrorism in Age of Globalization 2016-2017. Professor Asafa would be speaking on accountability erosion, the impact of information overload on impunity, and the limits of naming and shaming. How does information overload benefit perpetrators by diluting pressure, enabling impunity? Is naming, shaming losing effectiveness? It would be my distinct honor to invite Professor Asafa to take the floor. The floor is yours, Professor Asafa.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Thank you for your very nice introduction, Dr. Ambisa. I changed my title considering what I want to explain in this presentation. My title is Reimaging Human Rights and International Law from Below, Mobilizing the Oromo people to defend their human rights. I'm going to focus on three important issues in my discussion. The first one is the Oromo, international law and human rights. The second one is the current condition of Oromo human rights. The third one is what should be done in advocating Oromo human rights. The international law has never been adequately defending the human rights of stateless or indigenous people like the Oromo. With the emergence of the capitalist world system and until the Second World War, the international law even justified the merchandising of human beings as commodities by racial slavery and colonization through war and terrorism to transfer the land and other resources to powerful elites that control state power. The crisis of capitalism and the emergence of fascism facilitated the birth of United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 3 states, quote, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the security of person. Currently, when you look at the condition of the Oromo, Also, like people like Palestinians, we don't see that. We don't see the application of this Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The article is not working because the United Nations is a club of nation states, and the Oromo and the Palestinians are stateless people. In reality, international law exists to state officials, economic actors such as corporations, and the cultural actors. Mainstream international law promotes liberal version, which is inadequate for helping understand the complex human problems and human rights issues. Based on the liberal vision of colonial state construction, Ethiopian colonialists and their supporters have engaged in looting or theft, terrorism, slavery, land disposition, massive rape, torture, genocide, and destruction of Oromo society in their institution. For the last 150 years, the Oromos have been facing these crimes against humanity. Destroying the life and the liberty of the Oromo people, successive Ethiopian government have introduced war, terrorism, famine-induced diseases. So why do most Oromos in the diaspora in Oromia are desensitized when the Oromo people are attacked by the neo-Naftanya government of Abiy Ahmed, Fano, Somali militia, and others? Why does the international community ignore the suffering of the Oromo people? Within months in 2018, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed organized a clandestine committee called Reimaging or Security Days Committee. The Prime Minister created the committee and assigned Shimalisa Abdisa, President of Oromia, to lead it. Members of this committee included Fakadu Tasamma, Oromia's Prosperity Party leader, Ararsa Mardasa, head of security of Oromia, Awal Abdu, vice president of Oromia, and many political and security officials. These squads are organized and performed by these government officials. The Security Committee has ordered extrajudicial killings and illegal detentions to crush the leadership of the Oromo Liberation Front and the Oromo Liberation Army, which have struggled for Oromia's self-determination and democracy for almost half a century. This terrorist government is above the rule of law, and it rules at the gunpoint. That is why I call this neo-Naftanya government. The Reimaging Committee, as one source says, quote, not only eliminates suspected enemies, it also acts preemptively to keep protesters off the street. In 2019, the committee ordered that people deemed a security threat be arrested or their prison term is prolonged. This is reported by Oromia Support Group. The Abiy government has violated international law, killed, arrested Oromos without a warrant, and blamed its violent crimes on the Oromo Liberation Army. Abiy's brutal repression against the Oromo is not new. Abiy, like his predecessors, is running the neo-Naftanya administration that exalts or praises the glories of Ethiopia's imperial history and seeks to continue its oppressive, brutal, and exploitative practices. There are other forces, such as the Fano, Somali militia, and others that are directly or indirectly associated with the neo-Naftanya government that engage in terrorism, massive human rights violations, and disposition of Oromo lands. The Abiy government and its Oromia regional government allow these forces and the government forces to gradually and clandestinely destroy the Oromo people so that the Oromo people can be ruled without any resistance. This government, which means the so-called federal government and the Oromia regional government, divide Oromos in the diaspora and in Oromia by bribing them, by giving them houses, pieces of land, political appointments. Consequently, millions of Oromos are desensitized and ignore the massive human rights violation of Oromo society. They even express that the Oromo are liberated and no need to complain. Some of them argue that those Oromos who have been killed or imprisoned caused their own destruction by supporting the OLF. These conditions have been the great tragedies of the Oromo people today. In diaspora, almost all members of Oromo communities have chosen to be silent and stopped to protest and advocate for the Oromo human rights. So without solving this problem, it's very difficult to blame other societies when our own people are involving or directly or indirectly supporting the human rights violation of the Oromo people. We need to know this one and confront it. Oromos in Oromia are under total military and security control and afraid to express their political opinions even to their relatives and friends. Nothing is more degrading and humiliating than seeing the butchering, cutting of throats and the genitals, and the shooting or lynching of Oromos in front of parents and the communities, and leaving their corpses on the streets for dogs or in forests for hyena by preventing their barriers at gunpoint. Oromo lives and rights are totally attacked by the new Netanyahu government and the different forces that are interested in Oromo resources, particularly land, are very much encouraged by this government to attack and undermine the Oromo interest. Ethiopian colonial forces and their Oromo mercenaries have terrorized and humiliated Oromo families and the communities by raping their children, girls, and boys, or conscripting young Oromos to fight for them, robbing properties, burning Oromo houses, killing pregnant women and elderly individuals, displacing from their homes and the communities. Their only crimes are having economic resources and being Oromo, and manifesting their Oromo identity and the culture, or supporting the Oromo struggle for liberation, freedom, and democracy. What should be done in advocating for Oromo human rights? Oromo human rights activists and their supporters should realize that might is right in the capitalist world system. Oromo human rights organizations should work very hard to mobilize Oromo individuals and the communities to better organized and talk with one voice on Oromo human rights on local, global levels. The world community only supports Oromo human rights issues based on the effectiveness of Oromo human rights and the political organizations. Oromo human rights advocates should know that disorganized people should take care of their own affairs before expecting the protection of Oromo human rights from others, because the world does not care for powerless people. They should also teach their people about human rights and involve them to advocate for themselves through various means. The Oromo should start to protect their human right by any means necessary before expecting support from others. All human rights violations of Oromos should be documented. These violations should include economic, cultural, and political violence. The extraordinary work of Dr. Trevor should be emulated and continued in documenting the human rights violation of the Oromos, because the time will come when those criminals will be accountable for their crimes. Thank you for listening. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Asafar. Indeed, we appreciate your presentation. Just to quote one that stands out to me is that the United Nations is a club of nation states which are protecting each one's interest. And indeed, that's one of the issues that we deal with. We really appreciate your presentation. Our next speaker would be Professor Mohammed Hassan. Is Professor Mohammed Hassan in? Yes, he is. Okay. Professor Hassan Ali is a historian specializing in Ethiopia with focus on the Oromo people. He teaches courses on world civilization, Eastern Africa, Central and Southern Africa, and the rise and fall of apartheid South Africa, along with graduate seminars on Africa. His publications includes works on Oromo history, literature, and cultural icons, as well as a critical study on Ethiopia's colonial legacy. Professor Mohammed would be speaking on context collapse, communicating Oromia's political, historical, and social realities beyond generic crisis narratives. How can advocacy effectively convey the political, historical, and social context of Oromia, Ethiopia, to audiences saturated with generic crisis narratives? It is my distinct honor to present Professor Mohammed Hassan. Professor Mohammed Hassan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hambisa. I would like to thank the organizers of this gathering, especially Dr. Trevor Truman, a longtime friend, and the friend of the Oromo since 1988, and above all for inviting Professor Alex DeWall and Martin Plaut to this gathering. I'm truly delighted to see Alex among us. And I hope this is just the beginning and we will continue to see him in the future in our gatherings whenever circumstance allows him. Dr. Hambisa, I altered my topic because I want to at least shine a little light on the unbearable sufferings of our people back home. And it is precisely for that reason, with the permission of one of the organizers, actually, I picked a topic of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's plan for destroying Oromo nationalism while dismantling Oromia regional state and fragmenting the Oromo population. The first day Abiy Ahmed spoke at the parliament as the prime minister, as already mentioned, he glorified both emperors Menelik and Haile Selassie. It is his right to glorify, but what his goal was for signaling his commitment for completing the agenda that was started by both emperors. What was that agenda? Basically, the Ethiopia of one language, one culture, and up to 1974, one religion, one national identity, which meant all the Ethiopia really denied the diversity of the Ethiopian state. And it was only in 1991 that the diversity of Ethiopian society was acknowledged. and consequently, power, it was that which led to the creation of regional states, including Oromia, which is now targeted by Abiy Ahmed after 3 decades for dismantling. They have already prepared a map that at the end of the current Ethiopian calendar, which is started in September, most likely before the end of this year, after the election, a new map in which Oromia will be divided into clusters so that the Oromo as a nation will be broken and fragmented. And it is really something that worries anyone who is conscious about what is coming to face our people. In fact, Abiy Ahmed openly stated on media that since we live in one country, we have to speak one language. This was not a long time ago, and everybody, I suspect everybody knows what that language is. For Abiy Ahmed, the Oromo Gada system, which was recognized by UNESCO as intangible heritage of humanity. In fact, after the publication of the latest, the most recent book by Professor Asmarom Lagasa, 600-page book, if there is a government that has interest in Oromo issue, Gada will be transformed into a tangible heritage of humanity. But we are not blessed with a government that has any interest. In fact, this current government really wanted to create the Oromo in the image of Abiy Ahmed. And it is precisely for this reason, for him, the Gada system, Kube Afan Oromo, the Latin-based Oromo alphabet, that the OLF started using as early as 1976, almost 50 years ago, which has been used in Oromia since 1992 as alphabet of instruction in elementary schools through books and so on. That actually led to flourishing literature for the first time in Ethiopian history in Oromo language. That has to be eliminated. Everything, Ethiopia had this tradition of taking one step forward, 3 or 4 backward, and that is what will be happening, what is happening, of course. And above all, he says Abiy Ahmed told someone, actually a week after he came to be the prime minister, what makes me sleepless every night is Oromo nationalism. That was the first week of April that he said. And he told his close friends that his mission is for breaking up Oromo nationalism, meaning basically destroying the Oromo and then shaping them into his own image. You will see that aspect briefly. All the Oromo institutions have to be undermined through massive propaganda, supported with military actions for breaking Oromo nationalism, and of course, dismantling of Oromia, which is already completed except not announced, and fragmenting the Oromo population, which truly, truly worries me very much personally. If we all remember, it was not a long time ago, it was through the peaceful Cairo and the Carre movement that change was brought. The EPRDF was forced to allow change, and it was that which brought Abiy Ahmed to power. And the first group he targeted, in fact, precisely the Cairo, the Kore Nagenya that Professor Asafa mentioned earlier, was precisely formed just 2 months after, in June 2018, 2 months after Abiy came to power, for the purpose of dealing with the Kairos. Please underline this. It was their sacrifice, incredible sacrifice, that brought him to power. He immediately targeted them for either co-opting or imprisoning or destroying them, physically liquidating them. Again, in 2018, in a meeting of 50 prominent Oromo nationals, opinion makers, businessmen, intellectuals, Abiy Ahmed openly said, if Oromos do not support me, I'll make sure to break them and make that they will never rise again in over 100 years. How do I know about this? I heard from 3 of those individuals who were in that meeting, basically. A day will come when this will be exposed. And Abiy openly said, we will kill millions to remain in power. He is correct. He has already done. He is doing it now, killing countless number of people in Oromia, in Amhara region. And there has been in Benishangul and almost everywhere, really, in that regard. Abiy's regime finances extensive anti-Oromo propaganda. In fact, what they really do is Abiy's security kill Amhara nationals in Oromia, and they blame it on the Oromo Liberation Front or on the Oromo. The goal is for creating horizontal conflict between the Amhara and the Oromo, and he has been fanning that fire for so long. The goal is, of course, for demonizing the Oromo. Abiy's regime has been, I will focus on 3 important points. The first one is the war he has been waging on the Oromo people. And this war has really been very cruel and brutal, very devastating. His regime declared the war first toward the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, first in Wallaga and Guji zone. And today that war is in every region of Oromia. What is started? In Wallaga, the government actually stopped telephone, everything, basically, telephone, any communication, and actually Wi-Fi, and the people of Wallaga did not have any contact with, forget the outside world, even within the population in Oromia itself. The goal was for simply destroying them in silence, basically, and there were so many, almost 12 divisions were in that area for conducting war. At that time, the Oromo Liberation Army was not large in number, but they had incredible determination. Today, Oromo Liberation Army is everywhere in Oromia, actually, from the north to the south, from the west to the east, all the way, actually, to Hararge in the east. Since then, since the declaration of that war, Oromia has been in battle. People are killed indiscriminately, and huge amount of property have been destroyed. This exposes people to unimaginable poverty. Those who are dead, they are gone. The living will really suffer in incredible poverty. And that poverty has become all across Oromia. And anyone who visits that country will really realize how much the Oromo population are impoverished. Honest to God, I'm not exaggerating. I receive daily call from the region I come from, and everyone is asking for assistance as if I am a wealthy person. I barely support my family, but everyone thinks I will be able to help. And it only shows the incredible desperation the population really find themselves in. In short, no other previous Ethiopian government impoverished the Oromo people. This government is driving the people to massive poverty, not only the Oromo, almost everyone in that unfortunate country. Fikadu Tasama, which Professor Asaf mentioned earlier, a prominent OPDO official and an ideologue of the government, he was asked in 2020, toward the end of 2020, why was the government not able to defeat the Oromo Liberation Army? His answer was very telling. He said, fighting against gorillas is like catching fish in an ocean. If you want to catch fish in an ocean, you have to dry up the ocean. What he wanted to suggest was to destroy the Oromo Liberation Front. We have to attack the population because they get support from the population. They live among the population, and we have to punish the population. And Ato Fakadu, who is still a top official, also added, he urged imprisoning and killing family members of Ola. Just imagine imprisoning and killing family members of Ola. You know, my brother was an OLF part of Oromo Liberation Army in the 1970s. And he was detained by the government, imprisoned for 5 years. Not a single family member was punished because he was in the Oromo Liberation Army. Today, if you have a relative, if you have a brother, a sister in the Ola, your family will be exposed to imprisonment, detention, even possible execution. This is the reality in Oromia today.
Professor Mohammed?
Yes, please.
Rapa pinu boda iron kesa numetera.
Yeah, I will definitely do. Which brings me to the battle for Oromo lands. This is divided into two. The first one is the Fano. We all know what Fanos are doing with the full knowledge and the support and the finance of Abiy's government. What the horror Fanos are committing in Wallaga is well known. They have already removed the local population. They want the land, not the people. They are driving the population. I hope everyone read a recent article by Martin Plaut, which really deals with this aspect. And I thank Martin for really writing that article. They are waging war everywhere for the land, and the Fanos really kill people brutally. They cut heads, and it is just horrible. Above all, what really touches, what angers is they skin live human being. Basically, incredible torture when someone's while alive is skinned. They have driven thousands of Oromo nationals from their lands, from their possession. They confiscate their property, their cattle, their everything. If they are not able to carry, they destroy, like what the federal government is doing. The second group is, as already mentioned, is the Somali security forces are battling for Oromo land. It reminds me of the claim of General Ziad Barre in the 1970s. If you remember, some of you may be young, you may not remember, but General Ziad Barre, when he declared war, he claimed every area east of the Awash River, which includes Hararge, Bale, Arsi, and the Sidamo, to be part of Greater Somalia. At that time, the population of these four areas were twice the size of the entire Somali population in the Horn of Africa and beyond. And one Somali diplomat at a conference, I just asked him a simple question. If you are lucky enough to colonize this vast area, what is your plan for the Oromo people? And his answer was very simple. We will provide them with crash program for Somalizing them so that they speak Somali language. And that diplomat ultimately became a refugee in Canada. We met and he apologized. His state has collapsed, basically. What led to that collapse is the wild ambition of the Somali region. Today, with massive support from Abiy's government, the Somalis have claimed extensive territory in Hararge, in Bale. Trust me, it will not stop there. They are taking over the land everywhere, and they are armed and they have massive guns. Our people are without weapons. That is why they can move anywhere. One final point. When I was young, I once went to Jijiga. I was educated primary school, and later on, when I was in high school, actually, I visited the town of Jijiga. Then it was a small town. Half of the population, if not more, were Oromo speaking. Then all the area outside Jijiga were Afan Oromo speakers, basically. Today, the Somalis are on the point of taking Diredawa itself, claiming as if it is their own city. And simply, this is the reality on the ground. One final point. Extensive Tulama land, Tulama Oromo land, are really given to foreign investors, especially UAE is given extensive land in Jimma, in Elebabur, and around almost 100 kilometers around Finfinne, as well as Bale National Park. In other words, through Abiy's regime, Oromia has already become the first colony of United Arab Emirates. And the leader who has brought this to Ethiopia is Abiy Ahmed. Thank you very much for the extra minute or seconds. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. We really appreciate. So you reminded us all that Oromia is already under deconstruction, and we really need to be aware of what is going on so that we take proper action. Thank you again. Our next speaker would be Dr. Jamal Hebano. Dr. Jamal Hebano is a clinical pharmacist serving at Franciscan St. Elizabeth Health and Walmart Pharmacy in Lafayette, Indiana. A cum laude graduate of Purdue University with a Doctor of Pharmacy. He also holds advanced degrees in water resource engineering from KU Leuven in Belgium and agricultural engineering from Awasa University. A lifelong advocate for justice and equality, Jamal has been active in Oromo students and community leadership, humanitarian projects, and political organizing, while also supporting immigrant families in the US toward economic independence. Dr. Jamal will be speaking on media and advocacy, adopting reporting and strategies to avoid numbness in human rights. Should the media adjust its approach or reporting human rights violations to avoid numbness? How should Oromo advocacy adopt to change in the misinformation and media environment? It is my distinct honor to invite Dr. Jamal to speak. The floor is yours, Dr. Ebano.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hambisa. I'm honored to be here, but before I delve into my presentation, I need some technical support. I got some PPT presentation I prepared, so I don't know if the coordinator can share the screen with me, or if Dr. Danielle can upload it for me. And that way, it's at least easier to visualize.
Yeah. No, you have the right to share.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. Okay, yep, that's it. And I think now we can go in here. Yeah, I'm really so humbled by a generous introduction, Dr. Hambisa. I don't know how much time I got. I have a lot of material to go through, and I solicit for at least leniency towards being very strict on time. And saying that, I really been honored and humbled also to be here amongst one of the great minds of Oromo and great minds of Oromo friend. I would not call Dr. Galeto an Oromo friend. He is more Oromo than I am. And I had opportunity to work with Dr. Trevor Truman, and what a great man of justice and fairness and equality he is. I'm also honored to be here with Dr. Asafa Jaleta and Professor Mohammed Hassan and Alex Duwal, from people from whom I learned a lot. And actually, I'm not a politician or a trained social worker. Like Dr. Hambisa introduced my professional career, I'm just a concerned citizen who advocates for equality, justice, above all, for liberation of Oromia and the yoke of colony. Today, my presentation focuses on reimagining the human rights and advocacy, and how we advocate for human rights in a world overwhelmed by injustice. Today, I will focus more on media role and how Oromo advocacy must evolve to stay effective. And let's just start with a paradox. The more we see human sufferings, the less we feel it, like Alex Dual said earlier. This is age of exposure. Example, Yemen, Syria, also Oromia or Ethiopia. The crisis fled our feeds, but do they really move us? Do they instill into our conscious? For example, how many of you or how many of us have seen a story about human rights this week that truly stuck with you? I want you to ponder on this question while I go and start on my presentation. Of course, my presentation focus first on challenge of information overload, then we go to media strategy for Oromo advocacy and reimagining human rights advocacy with focus on Oromo issues. I don't know how to go to the next slide. Yep, the challenge of advocacy in an age of overexposure. Constant overexposure desensitizes audiences, causing emotional fatigue and reduce empathy. Advocacy risks blending into background noise, losing its impact. So as compassion collapses and dilute accountability, threaten meaningful engagement, advocacy must evolve to remain effective. So desensitization leads to emotional fatigue, and advocacy becomes like a background noise. Nobody pays attention. Need for evolving advocacy strategy is of paramount significance. And the next slide. Okay. Here's the paradox. More coverage, less impact. The more we hear, the more we talk about something, the less we feel it. Even the most horrific stories lose their power when repeated without context or resolution. This is a key thing I want everybody to take home. If there is no resolution, if there is no action, the most gruesome, the most horrible stories lose their power. They just become noise. So action is what brings hope, and that hope is what leads people to seek their freedom. Example, I take Syrian refugees crisis. Look, at the height of the crisis in 2015, there was a peak media coverage. Then public interest declined over time. Attention decreased, but the situation was not improving, it was deteriorating. And then the media stories become less frequent, less impactful. Repeated stories lose emotional effect, which impact of repetition without resolution will cause, like I said earlier, emotional fatigue. So it requires resolution and engagement. So humanitarian needs continue to grow in Syria. Since 2015, it didn't really improve. Fewer updates led to less public awareness, which worsens conditions get overlooked. Yemen is another similar story. The next slide, I think. Yeah, decline in media coverage, despite Yemen's crisis not getting improved. The media attention decreased significantly over time, impact of repetitive images, horrific images. Audience get really desensitized or unplugged or disinterested. And the numbing effect of saturated coverage will cause, yeah, you can go to the next slide. Psychological desensitization, you know, the numbing effect of saturated coverage. It causes psychological sensitization and crisis fatigue. Advocacy burnout, that's the most important thing I want you to take from this slide. Advocacy burnout. Activists and affected communities experience exhaustion. They get tired because they talk about it, they knock each and every door that they think might help. But if that help and action is not coming, they risk burning out. So it becomes challenging for them. So it can hinder sustained effort for advocacy. This constant exposure to the same thing over and over again may really leads to selectivism. So low-level activism, selectivism, it can lead to that problem. So I think on the next slide, we go to Oromia, which is very important topic. We've seen, you know, what media exposure without mitigation or solution can cause. How about our country, our fatherland, Oromia, a nation in crisis, look at this table on the right-hand side. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, U.S. Department, reports from West Oromia, Olega, Guji. We're not short of horrifying stories or horrifying reports, images, news. We get those basically multiple times each day. So the type of human violations range from arbitrary arrest, even public torture, extrajudicial killings, and displacement, mass killings. You know, all these come to us from the systemic abuse of the people or the Abiy regime each day. And it's not only the government, but also government trained, government sponsored, government armed, but non-government forces like Fano are the perpetrators of the killings, of the mass displacement, and national humiliation for Oromo people. This being the case, okay, there's another slide. Next slide. This reports, Professor Muhammad Hassan, Safa, and many people touched on this, like the killing of Achalo Hundesa, Abdul Jabbar, Bate Urgesa, the massacre of 14 Karayu tribe leaders who are political, social, cultural, and family leaders. The report is overwhelming, right? So let's go to the next slide. Okay, here, let's see. The conflict in Oromia, as all of us are aware and mindful of the timeline of events in that country, Oromia war began way more than at least close to like 2 years, maybe. Oromia has been under siege, under war, for about 2 years before the start of Tigray conflict, Tigray war. But when we measure the coverage of the conflict in Oromia versus Tigray, there is a big gap, big difference. In Tigray, the media attention is very extensive, and Oromia is very limited. The advocacy of the Tigray people is coordinated with diaspora, but Oromo, even though Dr. Trevor Truman, Ola, and many other advocacy groups tried to coordinate, but it was less coordinated compared to what the Tigray community did for educating the Western or non-Tigray community around the world. The document, graphic and visible image, the Oromia. Sometimes I see even the non-Oromo were using the plight, the image of the Oromo people as if that was theirs. There were so Oromia under coverage highlights strategic gap, need for improved storytelling and advocacy. This is the key. I want everybody to take home. We need a persuasive, emotionally touching storytelling way of advocacy. So we need to improve in that regard. Next. Okay, yeah, I was trying to touch on this thing. The need for personal stories Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, US CIA, they report overwhelming human rights abuses in Oromia each year, sometimes maybe biannually. It's documented. But the abstract nature of the violation, sometimes it's just statistics. You know, we don't know if 345,000 who are currently displaced in their own fatherland, Wolaga, it's just a number. We don't have that human aspect, that community aspect of those people who are just numbers in the report. So the importance of individual voices, like personal story, make violation more relatable, need to be related, highlight real effect that is caused by this thing. And also, like Alex Duval said, who are the perpetrators? The key group behind the statistics and the key group behind the violation. Who are doing the violations, executing those malicious and inhuman acts? So this calls for action, for a greater awareness among the Oromo elites, the community who's affected, the educators. All of us need to involve. Next slide. So with this, I will come to ask everyone, or I think that's the theme of this conference as well. Should media adjust this approach? The Oromo media, if we have money, the availability is also limited because of the resources, but even those media that we operate for the Oromo cause need to change their approach. We learned this system or way of reporting from international medias. So go away from emphasis on volume over depth. At least instead of focusing for volume, if we focus on the depth, and if we avoid repetition and use impactful few graphics and strictly follow ethical, avoid like maneuver through ethical challenge reporting, like the BBC. I think we can see on the next slide. Yeah. So in Ukraine, you know, the war has been raging for some time now, but the media focuses from just reporting how many buildings are bombed, or how many buildings are demolished, how many people are died, how many schools are wiped out. They focus more on personal stories. Changing reporting, like The Guardian and BBC, moved away from only battlefield updates, start covering media, personal stories, stories featured in Ukraine. Teachers conduct virtual class from bunkers. They are fighting in the bunker, but they are teaching classes. Still didn't give up on building the future of their country. So these kind of stories are very touching, and we need to learn something or adapt those kind of experiences to our condition. So next slide. Yeah, these are all case examples. Time the same shift coverage approach, increase in reader engagement, emphasis on human element. I think this is repeating myself. Next. Yep, rethinking media strategy, reframing the narratives. Personalize the stories by focusing on victim experiences, empower audience through relatable narratives, which is storytelling for human impact, contextual reporting over sensationalism, and highlighting resilience and agency. This is key too. We don't have to just, when people are hungry, people might think that they are lazy. Maybe they don't know how to work hard and cultivate and feed themselves. No, people are resilient. What is causing it? Is it systemic? Is it natural? A disaster? Is there a way to mitigate it? All these kind of things need to be highlighted. The resilience, the strength of the people, that inspire, that really move people towards action. And also, just telling the story is not enough. We have to put it in a historical and political context of it. You know, when people are displaced or killed, they are not just killed because they are there. Maybe they are killed for a political gain or because of historical context. So that's very important too, to include in the reporting of the media. Next. Okay, the same thing, this about Gaza, so I will skip this. Okay, yeah, transforming exposure to engagement. Yes, we get exposed. So what do we have to make, or what do we need to do with that exposure? It needs engagement. Advocacy should motivate positive action. Role of media and activists in public response both influence how issues are perceived. Collaboration can also amplify. We need collaboration as well. Evolution of human rights work. We need to evolve through time adapting strategies and emotional resonance and political relevance in changing context also. Balancing awareness with engagement. Exposure alone is not enough. Active participation leads to real change. We need to really make people involved and participate at every level. Okay, let's go for the sake of time.
Dr. Habano,
Yep.
I've heard your plea from the very beginning. I've given you more time, so try to wrap it up. Thank you.
Let's go to advocacy. Okay, this is at least the strategies like info, graphics, how to simplify, how to increase visual accessibility, and design strategies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is very good thing. I want everybody to remember or refresh their memories about 2012, how they used social media that went viral with all its flaws. It really one of historically impactful campaign, Joseph Kony 2012, engaged millions, like 100 million in about a day or so. A short 30-minute video that mobilized, even though it didn't really reach its goal. So we need to learn from that kind of reporting. Next. Okay, I just like an advice. The strengths of Oromo advocacy. So strengthen, utilize diaspora network, we collaborate, embrace digital storytelling, prioritize clarity and emotional resonance, rely on verified data, and collaborate with journalists and ethics. I think I have a lot of slides. Go ahead. This is also an experience we can learn from with all its flaws. The Oromo protest, the hashtag Oromo protest movement of like 2014, 15, 16. And go ahead. Yeah, collaborate with Diaspora Advocacy. Dr. Trevor Truman has a lot of experience in this. We did a lot of work with him before 3 years. Okay, next. Okay, yeah, we have to diversify our platform. This is also an advice that can be done. I'll go to my conclusion. I'll conclude, okay? Look, I want everybody to imagine themselves being Hachalu's wife, children, family, and Abdul Jabbar's and Batti Orgesa's friends, families. And imagine being from Karayu, who lost their 14 community leaders within a single day. And they are still waiting. There is no closure, no trial, no justice. Imagine you are one of their family, friend. And as Oromo, for Oromo advocacy, do not just inform and inspire. We need to inspire. Journalists, don't just report, relate your report. To bridge the gap between Oromia and broader global patterns, the same fatigue that dulled response to Syria is now numbing reaction in Oromia. It's very sad. Just as Gaza's resilience was spotlighted through personal stories, so too must Oromia's. Finally, we can reimagine advocacy not as a cry into the void, but as a choir that moves the world. Let's make sure Oromia is not just documented, but defended. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Hebano. I really appreciate your presentation. I think now we are going to conduct a Q&A if there is no change from management.
Dr. Ambisa, I think the next would be the video from
yeah.
Martin Platt, I guess.
I'm sorry, I finished my part. This is Dr. Daniel's turn, yes.
Hello everybody, this is Panelists Network, and today I'm hosting a journalist, Martin Platt, and we'll be talking about media and advocacy, in particular about Oromo human rights. So atrocities in Oromia are ongoing, but audiences, journalists, and policymakers risk becoming numb when they hear repeated stories of violence and human rights violations. And we'll be discussing how we keep advocacy impactful without overwhelming or alienating the audiences. I would ask some questions, and so Martin would be speaking on how to break the numbness and desensitization. My first question to you is, what have you observed in other conflict zones when it comes to human rights violations and the global media coverage and the local community as well as global community's reaction to atrocities? And like I tried to mention before this, the Oromia support group reported the Ethiopian government under the current Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has killed over 6,000 people over the last 7 years. And the Fano militants have also killed several hundred. And this has not got the attention it deserves from the global media as well as policymakers across the world. And from your experience, how do you compare this with other conflict zones, especially Sudan, Tigray, South Sudan, and elsewhere?
Well, that's a huge question. Let me say this. I think one of the big problems is that you have a situation where, you know, the media coverage of Africa has fallen away hugely in my lifetime. You know, in the 1960s and 70s, when I first began to be involved with reporting on Africa, there was a genuine interest in Africa. And I began working for the BBC in the 1980s, and I was there for 27 years. And at the time, we had about 5 different correspondents in Africa, and that was true for just about every major, you know, organization around the world. They all had a lot of correspondence there, and that has fallen away and fallen away and fallen away. And that reflects a number of things. Firstly, there is a declining interest in Africa on the international stage, which is very sad, but I'm afraid it is true, and there's no point in denying it. And the number of people who understood Africa has declined in the international community, partly because, you know, after independence, then whether you liked the colonial powers or not, at least it meant that they knew the countries that they dealt with. And later, people didn't really know them unless they arrived. I'm just talking about the international perspective. You know, unless they came as an aid agency or, you know, as a government representative. And these were much smaller in their involvement than the colonial powers, of course. So there has been a declining understanding of Africa and its problems. And then the other problem is that there are now so many domestic issues and domestic crises. I mean, you've only got to look at the problems that, say, the French government are having now with their finances, the British government are having with, you know, discontent. The American population is unhappy. They've just had an assassination of one of their political leaders. Now, all of these things demand attention. And where Africa comes in all of this is very, very low down. The other thing that one mustn't forget is that now it's almost as if there is only one slot for Africa, if there's going to be a coverage at all. And I'll give you one specific example. There's a good reason why the Rwanda story and the Rwandan genocide did not get the coverage in the beginning that it deserved to. And that's for a simple reason, because it happened almost at the same time as Nelson Mandela was released in South Africa. And so all the correspondents went down to South Africa to report on Nelson Mandela's release, which was a huge story, of course, was, you know, apartheid had been a massive story for years and years and years. Finally, it looks like it was coming to an end, and it has. So, you know, the Rwandan story got squeezed out. Now, you know, if you take the hierarchy of news at the moment on the international side, you have Gaza as possibly the #1 story, Ukraine maybe #2, and then it goes down from there. And I'm just talking internationally. You know, other local newspapers, of course, would report on their local issues, but internationally, those are possibly the 2 biggest at the moment. I mean, depending on what you're talking about. But you know, Ethiopia gets almost no coverage at all wherever the fighting is. You know, I wrote a book on the war in Tigray, and we could get almost no interest in it whatsoever. And even when the war was at its height, and it was the bloodiest conflict going on in the world at that time, the coverage was very small. Partly because the Eritreans never allow anyone to come in to report it, and partly because the Ethiopians didn't allow anybody to go up to the front line. So if you couldn't report from the front line and you couldn't go into Eritrea, how did you report the story? Now, a few people slipped in. It was hard to do, but they did it. And then they tried to get interest in the story that they'd frankly risked their lives doing. But they didn't get much of it. So you know, even the whole of Ethiopia has got very little coverage. I mean, the opening of the Grand Renaissance Dam did get a bit of coverage because it was such a monumental change, and you know, the relationship with Egypt was important. But I'm afraid human rights issues related to particular conflicts come very low down on the list. I mean, for example, when did you last hear coverage of the situation in northern Mozambique, which is terrible? I mean, there's practically a war going on up there. When do you hear much about Western Sahara anymore? And you could go through all the regions of Africa and you just don't get much coverage of it. And that is the reality. So, you know, it's not that I'm trying to be, you know, trying to tell you there's no hope, but it's pretty damned hard to get anybody to cover issues which they don't believe directly affects their own populations.
Thank you, Martin. I hope you have read and remember one of the media. I think it was a Reuters reporting about the Reimaging clandestine killing squad that was organized by the Oromia regional state in Ethiopia. And at that moment, it was an eye-opening. It was the first time that an national media reported on the situation. But following that, we didn't observe, we didn't see any meaningful policy change or reaction from the global community. Would that kind of reaction and desensitization, numbness, affect the media's interest in reporting on what's happening in Ethiopia?
Yes, I'm sure you're right. That's exactly what is happening. And you know, I think if you want to understand the situation, you need to ask yourself, what is the transmission line between the event in an African country and it being reported? Because if you understand why does anybody begin to know about it? Now, there really are two ways that it can come to light. The first is that the local media, shall we say in Ethiopia, report a story and they give it coverage. And then, you know, it would be noticed perhaps by people who are monitoring the international media. So that is one way that you can do it. The second way that you can do it is to get in touch with the major human rights organizations, whether it is Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch. You can do that internationally, and you can say, look, you guys are making a mistake. There's a big issue here, and we can help you. We can put you in touch with these people. This is what's happening. We can provide you with the information. And you get to know the people who deal with Ethiopia, and they certainly have people that deal with Ethiopia. And you can do the same with the international powers. I mean, so for example, you could get in touch with the State Department. You can get in touch with the British government or any other government you think might be helpful. And the most important thing you can do is to do an analysis of who it is that takes up these issues. So if you look at, shall we say, the Washington Post or the BBC or anybody else that covers these things internationally, look at who the journalists are who are doing it. And the journalists you need to approach are the journalists who are already doing it. And you need to find a way of contacting them, find out who they know, who they trust, who they think is reliable, and then you give them information. Now, you must be absolutely clear when you deal with a journalist or you deal with a state that you do not exaggerate what is going on, and that you are absolutely certain of the information that you provide them, because you only have one chance. And if you are shown to be a reliable source, that's one thing. If you're shown to exaggerate or give misinformation, they will never trust you again, and they will drop you and they won't cover you again. So that is the real, as I said, there's a transmission mechanism which gets it onto the front page. It doesn't just happen. But you need to find the way that you do it. And the way that you find that out is to do a proper analysis. Look at where Ethiopia is placed in the international media. I mean, for example, Thomas Gardner used to cover the Ethiopia for the Economist. He was very useful, very important player in this process. Who is the who? Do you know who the correspondent is for the Washington Post, who covers East Africa, or the New York Times, or the Guardian? Do you know who they are?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure of who they are, but if I look, I'll be able to find their names. The issue is I have in the past tried to communicate the human rights situation, and you know, it would be my first contact, and it usually doesn't work when it's your first contact with the journalists or with the media. So I haven't successfully tried to reach out to media reporting the human rights situations. I've been volunteering at Finland News Network for several years now. And it's my 5th year working voluntarily on this media. And I've tried to reach out, especially when there is a spike in human rights violations. Washington Post, I know they have investigated some, you know, some operation that was taking place in Oromia, especially when it comes to blames pointed toward the Oromo Liberation Front, Oromo Liberation Army. They conduct some investigation and kind of cleared out some haze around there, who is operating, you know, government planting its own rogue group and blaming it on the Oromo Liberation Army, for example. And you might remember the government executed about 15 Oromo, traditional Oromo leaders called the Bagada at the end of 2021. Immediately, it tried to scapegoat the Oromo Liberation Army. It tried to blame it on the Oromo Liberation Army. Later on, its own members came forward and said it was coordinated by the government and it was conducted by the government. And Washington Post was one of the international media that dug deep and investigated, and eventually they reported whom the groups like at the moment Fakada Abdisa was working with. And it was a very good report. Personally, so I can try in the future, but at this moment I don't have direct communication with any of the media. I had some connection with the people on the BBC, and trying to connect them with other, you know, influential people in the Oromo community. But yeah, it's hard. Maybe you can help in the future. Yeah, so I don't know if I interrupted your chain of thought. I'll give you back.
From the BBC 13 years ago, huh? I'm not with the BBC anymore. I'm not a journalist anymore. Well, I mean, I do journalism, but I'm not a paid journalist with the BBC or anybody else. So, you know, I'm not really a source for you to do. But all I'm saying is that you need to analyze and then act. And when somebody puts out a good report, you can contact them and say, that was a great report, but I can help you. I can get you some more things. You just need to keep going. And, you know, don't take the fact that they don't reply immediately as a no. Just keep it up. And, you know, the other thing I would say is that the Oromo situation is particularly complicated because, you know, Oromia is so, how can I put it, so dense, and you know, there's so many groups, there's so many factions within the groups, and there's so many divisions, some of whom support the government, some don't support the government, some of them have policies in one direction, some in the other. And, you know, if you're don't forget, even if you're dealing with East Africa, you're probably dealing with the whole of East Africa. I mean, how much time can you spend on one part of one country when, you know, you're having to deal with a potential civil war in South Sudan, a war, full-scale war in Sudan, you know, tensions on the border between Ethiopia and Eritrea, the continuing complicated situation in Somalia, Somaliland, you know, and you might get other places that you have to deal with as well. Kenya, I mean, Kenyan politics is complicated enough all by itself. Now, you only have a limited amount of time. You have probably no resources. There's nobody doing anything except you. All of these things are difficult. So imagine when you need, then somebody says to you, well, you know, 17 leaders are being killed in Oromia, and you think, well, how do I deal with that? When you've got a situation where, you know, literally millions of people are being displaced in Sudan, and hundreds of thousands have been killed in that conflict. I mean, it's just appalling, and they get almost no coverage. So you can see this is, just look at it from, put yourself in the shoes of the journalist. How much time can they give to what you're bringing up to, unless they know you? Which is why in a sense, the second track is just as important, and that is working with the embassies, the governments, and particularly with Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the other human rights organizations, because when they put out a report, people believe them.
Thank you, Martin. So Ethiopia is often framed in terms of Tigray, Amhara, or federal government perspectives, and you know the challenges there in terms of, you know, attention paid to the event that happened in Oromia. So how can Oromo advocates break through those competing narratives? And yeah, that would be, so we are coming to our time. I think I have one last question. So how can we break through that narrative and
so the point you've just made now, which is this: there is one thing that I can help you with. I'm contacted fairly frequently by people from the Amhara community, the Tigrayan community, and the Eritrean community, and they say to me, look, would you put this on your blog? Now, my blog is not that important, but you know, it does get read by quite a large number of people. Have you sent me an article? I would say no. If you wrote me an article, and it has to be accurate, it has to be based on fact, I need photographs in it, but if you provide me with solid information, I will put it on my blog. And
one of my last question is that, you know, in Ethiopia, one of the major perpetrators when it comes to violating human rights is the Fano militants. In my own case of reporting for the last 5 years, I have been constantly following their activities in Oromia, and they have committed very harrowing atrocities in Oromia, including beheading of people, you know, slaughtering people, burning homes with people in their home. Just in the last months, around the end of August, they killed more than 32 Oromo civilians in a zone called Horoguru. In this part of Oromia, they will settle around 1984 during the Ethiopian drought. And then the young people from this community grew up, and they are radicalized, and they now kind of partially they claim the area because they are settled. They claim ownership of the area, and the government is complicit. They don't protect the civilians, and so the Amhara Fano group are committing these kind of heinous crimes from time to time in that part of Oromia, as well as in North Shawa, in Wallo. And I personally, based on this, I've categorized the Fano group as terrorist organization.
if you closely follow their activities, have you ever thought about whether the Fano group are a liberation organization or a terrorist organization or a mix of both? And how can we, in terms of, mostly you said people reach out to you from Amhara community and mostly they claim they are victims, but they don't mention what they, one of the major political organizations in that region, and of course also having movement in Oromia is committing in terms of their, wrongdoing, atrocities they commit against the Oromo people. What is your take on that?
Well, I have an old-fashioned view, which is one that the BBC adopted many, many years ago, which is that we do not call people terrorists. I do not call anybody a terrorist. I describe what they do. It's for the audience to decide whether they are or are not terrorists. I mean, I can only suggest that you send me some information about what they have done, describe in detail, provide photographs. Don't make it too complicated, because you must understand. I mean, imagine if you were reading that story in a similar story about, I don't know, Guatemala or Pakistan, because, that's the reality. Not everybody knows where places are. A map always helps. Anything like that. I promise you, I will do what I can to publish it. Will anybody take any notice? I have no idea. That I can't control. But I will do what I can to help you if I can. And that's about all I can say, really. I am not with the BBC anymore. I haven't been for many years now. I write all sorts of books. I've just finished a book now, which is this one. It is called Unbroken Chains. There you are. Sorry, a bit difficult for you to see it. That it's about slavery in Africa. And one of the things when I'm asked about it, I have said that I remember when the Tigrayans had a meeting in Washington where they tried to bring all sorts of opposition people together, including the Oromo. And an Oromo getting up in that meeting and saying, I have been treated like a slave all my life. That wasn't 100 years ago, 500 years ago. That was, 2 years ago. And so, it made a big impression on me. It was just such a simple statement. Now, I'm not there to judge the rights and wrongs of it, but I was impressed by what he said. Anyway, that's what I can really say, and I wish you luck with your activities. As I say, monitor who is writing about what. Work with anybody you can try and get information to, including the various governments.
Thank you very much, Martin, for taking this afternoon in London and speaking with Symphony News Network. I promise I will share your input and your say with the Oromia Global Forum and the Oromo human rights groups during the conference. And thank you very much.
All right, that was it from distinguished guest Martin Platt, an ex-journalist at BBC. He had a lot of advices for us. I'll give back the mic to Dr. Hambisa and the rest of the coordinators. Dr. Hambisa, are you around?
You're muted, Dr. Balina.
Let me see if he's unable to unmute himself. Raise your hand, Hambisa, so that I can see you.
All right, Galatoma, Daniel had me in a lock, so I couldn't speak. All right, so thank you. Give me a second, let me get my file here. So we have concluded this morning's presentations. So we started with a presentation from Dr. Trevan. Give me a second, please. So Dr. Troman, in his keynote speech, spoke to many issues. His core message was that the Oromo advocacy must be revitalized so that it would serve it's a true space as a cornerstone of the Oromo struggle for self-determination. So a need for a renewed commitment, especially by strengthening the Oromo Global Forum is important. So some of the key points he spoke about is reassessing Oromo advocacy, reviving the OGF, concentrating on this issue of the victim and the perpetrator narrative, which has been also echoed by the presentations of Professor Alex Duval, with also by Dr. Hevano, which we will talk about some of the details. The crisis condition, Ethiopia forces economic collapse, territorial encroachments, for both from within and from without. The issues of Oromo refugees, and so the main issue that was addressed is why is Oromos are ignored. Their plight is real. Their struggle is justified, but nobody seems to be paying attention. So that of some of the issues that was raised. Dr. Alex Dual spoke on the sensitization of paradox. He highlighted how famine and crisis could be used as an image and to tell the story. And sometimes some of the examples he raised, even without putting any narrative to it, but probably publishing the pictures, the effects, maybe could break a wall. Maybe could bring the Oromo issue to the international audience. International journalism. One of the things he spoke is that sometimes we concentrate on the crime, on the victim, and the issue of the victor or the perpetrator is ignored. And due to that, it looks like a crime is not a criminal, but we know that there are criminals who are there. So those issues were raised. Professor Asafa Jalata spoke on three major issues. The Oromo in their struggle for international rights and or their relationship with international rights organizations, and how these international organizations seem to favor not really the story of the victor, but mostly the story of the perpetrator. And I spoke to the current crisis in Oromia, the issue of the Kore Nagenya, which is a misnomer. It is Kore Nagenya, but it is a Kore that is really not advocating for peace, but the Kore which is Kore is a committee, the committee which is really behind the terrorism that is going on among the Oromo people, killing especially Oromo leaders and intellectuals. Professor Mohammed spoke to the issues that that is really going on the ground today. What is happening? What is happening in the Oromo society? How are the Oromo targeted? How are the Oromo being systematically deconstructed? And how the Oromo gains so far is really being reversed, and the Oromo are becoming a victim. That issue is, I spoke to that issue. Dr. Hobano spoke to how modern advocacy struggles to remain impactful in an area of media saturation. He highlighted the paradox where increased coverage of crisis often leads to reduced empathy, crisis fatigue, and advocacy burnout. These are the same issues that Dr. Truman spoke at the very beginning as well. So they really fit together. Using examples from Syria, Yemen, and Ukraine, he presented his presentation shows that how repetitive exposure without resolution desensitizes and audiences and diminishes action. In contrast, personal and human-centered storytelling, like coverage of Ukraine, teachers or Gaza civilians, sustains attention by fostering empathy. So the issue is, how can we really tell the Oromo story in a way that attracts the international community and friends of the struggle, so that they pay attention to us. Focusing on Oromia, his presentation stresses how widespread human rights violations, including arbitrary arrest, torture, extrajudicial killings, and mass displacement, remain underreported. As we the presentation from Dr. Dibaba in his interview with Martin Plaut really tells some story, so that the Oromo leaders, advocates, international human rights advocates really need to find a way to foster relationship, foster friendship with international journals, and bring the Oromo cause in a very probably objective way. And sometimes when you are part of the story, it really is tough to be objective, and then we tend to exaggerate instead of telling the story to a third party. How can we tell our story to a third party so that they really could verify what is going on, and then probably be aligned and report our cause? So I know I didn't do a good service in summarizing everybody's arguments in a way that it should be. So I ask for your forgiveness if I have mutilated your ideas. With that being said, then I open the forum for questions and answer. So I know some of you have written some some
Ham-
lazy.
Yeah, Dr. Hambisa, while you collate some of the questions, if you allow me, let me share a few slides that demonstrate the human rights violation taking place in Oromia under the current government and perpetrated by the Prosperity Party and Fano group. So and on the first page you see the main people that have been killed by the Ethiopian government. On the left we see the Bagada Akarayu Hawas Boru, who was executed by the Ethiopian security forces in December 2021. In the middle, you see Batte Orgesa. Batte was killed on April 9, 2024. On the right, you see the Ethiopian security forces burning homes of Oromo civilians and taking pictures, videos, and dancing. And on the left, on this page, you see Hachalu Hundessa. Hachalu Hundessa was killed on June 29, 2020, and justice has not served. And in the middle, we see Emmanuel Wondimo, who was a ninth grader, and as you can see, he is a choir member of his church, and he was murdered in May 2021 by the Ethiopian government. On this page, we see reports of drone attack against the Oromo civilians. The Ethiopian government conducted drone attack in several places. On the left, you see a drone attack killing almost over 70 people. This was reported in 2022 by Addis Standard. The Ethiopian government killed more than 70 people in West Shagar. On the right, you see in the same year, 2022, the Ethiopian government killing about 20 people with a drone as well. And the list goes on. The Ethiopian government also killed church members. On this page, we see the victims of Fano terrorist group. The one on the left are from August 2025, and this is victims of Fano attack from Horoguru Walaga. And at the top again, these are the people from the same area. Those with a man with amputated hand. On the right, the bodies of people killed by the Fano terrorists, and one of the displaced women whose homes have been burned by the Fano terrorist group is crying. And on the left at the bottom, we see Wallo Oromo's homes set on fire by the Fano Amhara group in 2023. To the right, we see the Fano militants holding the heads of decapitated Oromos on sticks, taking picture with them. I couldn't get the picture of Dereje Amare, who was decapitated by Amhara Fano terrorist group in Darra, North Shagar last year. And these are the people who are recently displaced from Horogudu Wallagaba Fano Amhara terrorists. These are again the same people. And you see children, lactating mothers in desperate condition. You can see the emotion that the people who are displaced, whose home has been burned, whose family members have been killed, are feeling in Horoguru Wallaga. Here you see that some of the cattle were looted and were driven away by the Fano Amhara militants. And a journalist or a human rights worker speaks with one of the victims of Fano Amhara terrorists. There are hundreds and hundreds of these kind of images, but when they are constantly shared, as Dr. Jamal Hebano said, when there are no resolution, when there are no person held to account, that risks feeling habituated with this, and we risk being numb. I think with this, I will give the mic back to you, Dr. Hambisa. We can continue with the Q&A and discussion.
Galatomi Daniel, thank you so much. Let me start one question which I see here. So let me say something. Those of you who want to ask a question, please write the questions in the chat. But it should be a question, as you know, a one sentence question, not a paragraphs, because some of the people wrote long paragraphs, and it should also be a question pertinent to this panel on the issues that have been discussed, or any issue related to this, not really you know, personal issues or long winding issues. The way I take the question is, I'm not going to give you the mic. I'm just asking you to write the questions, and then I'll read the questions and present to that, because I see there are some people who are in the audience and insulting and writing demeaning stuff. So because of that, I'll take the questions only that way. So if you have any question, you don't need to raise your hand. Just write your question in the chat box, and then we will entertain it. The first question we have is it is asked in both Oromo and English, so I'll read it. It's a small question. It's a good question. Does the Geneva Convention of 1951 address the Oromo refugee issues? So Serri Geneva kudha sagal shantamii tokkosan maalif Oromo hin hojjenne? So maybe we need to find out what that says. If somebody is aware of what this 1951 Geneva rule, maybe you could start answering. So if you could unmute all the panelists, Daniel. So I would take anybody could start answering the question.
Well, I am here and unmuted, Hambisa. It's Dr. Trevor.
Yes, sir.
Video. There we are. You can see it's me. The Geneva Convention of 1951 was a refugee convention. So it's saying, why isn't it being observed, I think, basically, because that convention still applies. It's still being ratified by the same number of countries. But its influence is declining, as we've seen the rise of the right wing across Europe, really, and in America. Refugee rights are the first things to go, and you can always tell a country by how it treats its prisoners and its refugees. And we are seeing increasing hostility to refugees, not just the Oromo refugees, but all refugees in countries surrounding Ethiopia. And despite those countries being signatories to the 1951 convention. The amount of funding for the UN agency, the UN High Commission for Refugees, is sadly lacking. They've had increasing difficulty getting adequate funding, and they're having to reduce what they're doing for refugees in all countries which take refugees from Oromia and Ethiopia. So I can understand the frustration inherent in that question, saying that does this convention not apply to us? And yes, it does, but it's not being applied adequately and with enough compassion in the surrounding countries. That's me, Ambisa.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Truman. Let me put a question to you all until somebody writes a question, and we've discussed this before, and we most of the time the ideas we bring about when issues of the Oromo is concerned is we usually say intellectuals, leaders should do this. Oromo advocates should do this, and most of the time it looks like we are recycling the same idea we have, and probably it is time for us to think out of the box, so to speak, and maybe ask ourselves, what do we really need to do radically now so that this narrative we have had for a long time changes? So can we come up with some really radical, earth-shattering change? And change starts with self, and so that this Oromo cause, Oromo plight would be heard, and some relief comes our way. Anyone?
This is Jamal. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to agree with Dr. Truman on this very important question. I think it is part and parcel of what we've been discussing all day today. The Oromo is not lack of the plight, is not lack of the problem why we're not earning the gravity or the weight, the attention that we deserve, the Oromo deserve, be it refugee or even those within their fatherland are being refugee, internally displaced. Why is it so? I think this goes to the fundamental problem Oromo has, which is fragmentation. We're fragmented. I heard Martin Plaut also saying we're very complex. With the issue of Oromo is supposed to be very simple, easy and straightforward, which is emancipation, liberation, freedom. Should really not divide any group or any interest groups. But unfortunately, we are divided and fragmented and not organized. We don't have a strong organization. Our elites are in different boxes, different places. So if we had that coalesced and gathered around this common interest for our people, we would have a loud voice for our refugees also. Because the Convention 1951 asserts their right. It is straightforward. Regardless of what that country's policy is, refugees has a protection as a human being. They have freedom of movement, they should not be punished or mistreated because of regular entry. They cannot be repatriated to the place where they face danger. All these kind of things could have been ensured or fulfilled for our refugees everywhere they are. Even our refugees, they are not organized. I've been to Kenya last April, and I met a very disfranchised community, even as a refugee. So we need to assess our soul and at least search for common interests and organize around those common interests so that we can achieve our goals, so that we can get a common protection. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal. Professor Asafa?
Yeah, in my discussion, I mentioned that a paradigm shift must happen. That paradigm shift is the Oromo people should take care of their business before they ask other people to support them. The idea that the United Nations or different kind of international law will protect you is just a lip service. If you don't take care of yourself, if you don't protect yourself, if you don't organize yourself and speak with one voice in the world, nobody is going to listen to you. We Oromos have been arguing that our problem is mainly come from external forces. Now we are realizing that there are internal forces that work against the Oromo people. So how can human rights activists and other concerned Oromos work together by being mobilized, use information that are recorded to make our causes known to the world? We are not working together. We are not effectively focusing on human rights violations. If we are not, probably I wonder that many people, many Oromos don't even know that their human rights are violated. For example, we talk Oromo refugees. Oromo refugees came to the world after being buried for 150 years from the world, after being disconnected. They came to an international arena. Then they forget that. They forgot. Some of them are going back, taking Oromo land, Oromo resources from the government, allying with the government. So there are serious problems that we are facing, and we, human rights advocates must address our internal problems. Until we address that, it doesn't matter. In the world, we shouldn't expect that the world is going to protect us. As I already mentioned, might is right. We need to start to take our own business. And that is a challenge, a big challenge, because some of our people, they don't care or they don't understand for whatever reason. So they are participating in victimizing the Oromo people by allying with the criminal regime. You have to face that reality.
Galatoma, Professor Asafa, thank you. Gafi Debra,
Dr. Ambisa, yeah, if I can speak for a second. And from my point of view, I see there is a gap in terms of institutions who can help the Oromo, the displaced Oromos and Oromo refugees. And we don't have any group that, you know, supports and organize diaspora support or speaks with stakeholders and democratic countries in Western countries. And so there is a room for an institution to be established and to support the Oromos who are displaced, the Oromo refugees in the Horn of Africa and elsewhere, including the Middle East. I think we need an institution that can support them financially in providing them resource with resettlement and working with stakeholders in the other countries. Thank you.
Galatomi, Daniel.
For people in the attendees, we know that you don't have the ability to write as a chat your question, but there is a Q&A button at the bottom, and so make sure you write your questions in the Q&A. Q&A bakka jedhutti barreessaa gaaffii keessan. Galatoomaa.
Okay. Galatoma, there is a question. Afaan Oromoon gaafatame, so let's read in Afaan Oromoo. Maaliif rakkinni Oromoo, sagaleen Oromoo, waltajjii xixiqqaarraa hanga waltajjii guguddaatti addunyaatti dhageetti kan dhabe jedha. Afaan Ingiliziitti yeroo geeddaru, why has Oromo suffering and voice failed to gain attention from a small platform of to major stage internationally? Why couldn't the Oromo plight and struggle and appeal did not get international attention? The second question is, how do you compare the Oromo nationalism during the APRDF versus PP era? Sajaduda, Professor Mohammed. Professor Mohammed.
Yaasin dhagaa hedduu galatoome. Anilleen wannin deebisuu barbaade maaliif sagaleen Oromoon dhagahamneete jettu amma dura deddeebifamee dubbatee jira. Addunyaa irratti yoo ati humna qabaatte si dhagahani. Humna qabaachuu baattu namni si dhagahu hin jiru. Yoo ati haqa keetirra lolte si dhagahan. Yoo ati jabaatte si dhagahan. Yoo ati diigamtee if diide namni si dhagahu hin jiru. Namni qubatti laatan hin jiru bar ifi ilaallee karaa kamiin jabaachuu dandeenya. Karaa kamiin uummanni keenya akkam banne godhuu dandeenya. Mootummaan amma jirtuuf toon uummata keenya balleessitee akka sirna abiyyifaan jaalatan san aadaan keenya, namummaan keenya, duudhaan keenya wahalleehu wanni Oromoo baddee iftahuu dhiifnee nama biraa akka taane sun in 21st century qaaniin tanaa gadi addunyaarra hin jirtu. Ummata bal'aa biyya san keessaa guddinaan Afrikaa keessattis ummata bal'aa. Ummanni if xiqqeessu nu malee ni jira. Yoo ummanni keenya lakki gabrummaa tana jalaa baana jedhanii mataa walitti qabachuu danda'an keessaa bahuu dandeenya. Gabaabdutti maal jechuun barbaade bileessa kee addunyaarratti namuma jabaatee ifirra lolee qofa kan sagaleen dhagahamtu. Ati laafa jedhanii eenyu si ilaala. Haatinuu laafa garagaltee ilaaltu jedhanii aadaa teenya keessatti sanumaan jechuu barbaade. Namni nu dhagahu hin jiru. Yoo nuti if organize goonee jabaannee quba waliin laachuu dhiifnee dantaa uummata keenya irratti yoo focus godhuu dandeenye nu dhagahuu danda'an jechuu barbaadeeti. Fixadhee naa galatoom.
Hambisa sagaleen jiru.
Hambisa sagaleen kee hin jiru. You are muted.
Hambisa.
Unmute yourself.
No, I can't unmute myself. So I hear you, but I was begging Daniel to unmute me.
Let me make it.
All right. Yeah. Let me read one question. This is from the Nebo Warrior. He is in the audience. Ethiopia has always perpetrated genocidal atrocities against the Oromo ever since it imposed itself on Oromia in the 19th century. But we are talking about the systems of the problem rather than addressing the main issue of restoring Oromia's independence. Why? Is there any colonized nation in the world that got relieved by transforming the colonizers? Why do we not talk about independence as a remedy? The question doesn't need any explanation. Anybody wants to tackle it?
Can I say
Probably Daniel Amuti Kuchu Charano Kenni Kai Akarakaneti Warras Kesajer.
Can I say something, Dr. Ambisa?
Go ahead, Professor Asafa.
I think that's a legitimate question, but this issue, this conference is focusing on human rights. So if we mix with that with politics, we cannot focus on human rights issues and how to handle human rights issues. But that question is relevant. Many Oromos are convinced that they must fight and liberate themselves to protect their rights. Nobody is saying Oromo can be free and the human rights protected by the Ethiopian Empire. There are few people who adhere to that. That is their rights, but for people who know the fundamental problem of the Oromo is that since Ethiopia was created, they remain enemies Oromo. They always continue to kill successive regimes. When they come with different agendas, they focus on killing Oromos. During the first colonization, we know what happens. The next time, the regime of Haile Selassie, Mengistu Haile Mariam, Meles Zenawi or TPLF, and Abiy Ahmed. Their main goal is to continue to humiliate, to kill, as much as possible, destroy the Oromo people. So the only way out of this is that the Oromo people get organized and fight for their freedom. But this platform is not for that kind of discussion. We are not ignoring that issue.
Okay, so there are lots of questions inside me, but let me read another question. Let me leave this one. One, the question of Oromo nationalism in APRDF era and now was not addressed, so somebody at least to speak a sentence or two about that. The second one is, if global audience have tuned out because of crisis fatigue, as some of the presenters asserted, what bold new approach can the Oromo advocates use to break through this indifference and force the world to pay attention? Can we come up with one bold way to change it? The floor is open to you.
I think this question is being repeated again and again. We say that the Oromo people should take care of their business. They shouldn't wait for somebody. Then they can appeal to the international community. While they are appealing to the international community, they have to get organized, speak with one voice. All of them might not be organized, but at least people who are conscious, who are concerned about their survival, about the Oromo people, must be organized and find ways of protecting their lives, their culture, their identity to survive as a people. And the responsibility of the human rights advocate is they should organize Oromos. It can be too much work, but every Oromo should stand up and start to work for their rights. Every individual, every Oromo who is conscious of being Oromo, who is concerned for the survival of themselves and their nation, our survival is in question. There are forces who are encircling us to take our land and our resources. So every Oromo should start to work with this issue. This answer have been given again and again, but that's what the way I think.
Okay, let me ask one question, and whatever question, the past questions, you can chime on. Revitalizing Oromo advocacy was repeatedly underlined, especially unified efforts, and the role of the media was stressed as a means of raising awareness within the international community. I know most of the speakers have been doing their best. Even though, may I challenge the presenters to help spearhead the revitalization effort by coming together. So one of the issues Professor Asafas, he said now, the Oromo people. So my question is, who are the Oromo people? Who are going to lead these Oromo people? As far as I know, it is really the leaders who organize the mass, right? And help them. Spearheading is bringing this into a force rather than being diffused, right? So who is responsible? We compare ourselves to the Tigrayans, we compare ourselves to the Amhara, we compare ourselves to the Eritreans, but it looks like we are really, really different, the way I look at it. And so the way I look at it, it is really those people who are supposed to help organize and spearhead are the ones who are creating for the people. So the people are really giving up and saying, what can I do? So what do we need to do? How can we, the educated, the elite, the struggle leaders, the political leaders, the advocates, how can we help these people to be organized and go with what do you call, with a centralized, focused, spearheaded vision?
Yeah, Dr. Balina, I think this is very interesting, wide and engaging questions we are hearing. For example, Dr. Denabu Ario asked two-pronged question. I think he was not only asking for the lasting solution, he said we are focusing on symptoms. Yeah, human rights violations. Yes, we are focusing on symptoms. Why are people dying? Why are they being starved? Why are they being driven out of their homeland? So there is some political, historical perspective that we have to address those questions. Yes, for Oromo, no question. The ending solution is the declaration of independent Oromia. That's what I sincerely believe, and that's what would happen. But how many of us agree with that? It is a very complex question. So it requires a hard work, commitment, and selflessness from Oromo. Like Dr. Balina said, who are Oromo? We are Oromo. I'm responsible. Dr. Balina in here is responsible. Dr. Asafa is responsible. Even the Nabu who asked the question is responsible. All of us. We need to come the solution. When it comes to advocacy, I will again want to recite my example from my presentation about Joseph Kony 2012. They did an amazing job advocating the atrocity that Joseph Kony perpetrated. They reached 100 million, which is one of the most viral video in maybe social media history. But did they achieve their goal of catching Joseph Kony in 2020? No, until today, he's not caught. Some people believe he died, but nobody knows. They didn't achieve their goal. Advocacy They can suffocate air. People can hear you, understand. But if it's not augmented by action, it is just a noise. So Oromo need action. We need to organize. We need to focus on what bind us together than what divide us. And diplomacy also is, if you don't have power, if you don't have force, it is, you'll be a beggar. Nobody would pay attention to you. I disagree with Dr. Martin, Martin Ploud in his interview with Dr. Daniel. He mentioned the West interest has declined in Africa. No, that's not true. It will never decline. For as long as Africa has rich mineral resources, it will never decline. What has declined is they don't care about human life. All they care is about the resources they plunder, the loot. Okay? If you forge a force that they can use, they will pay you attention. Again, Kanye 2012's goal was to overwhelm the United States government so that they can militarily intervene and catch Joseph Kony. They were not interested because the death of the children, the abuse of the children that Kony perpetrating did not obstruct their extraction of resources. So they will only be concerned if the resource extraction is obstructed. That did not happen. So like Dr. Asafa said, we shall not expect a resolution from outside. We have to soul search, look into ourselves. Then we have a tremendous power that we can harness. The potential is big if we unite, if we organize, if we build an institution, if we know how to follow our leaders, if we don't follow wrong leaders, if we don't put our interest in the wrong person's custody. That's what has been happening. And those small voices like us, I know small voices here, but this is a voice of truth, a voice of justice. We don't have to relent. We have to start today how to organize, and the exposure change to engagement so that the advocacy bear the fruit, so that we support the force of truth that are giving their lives on the ground in that Oromia.
Dr. Jamal. Let me add one question, and then any of the past questions you can address. This is a relation to what Dr. Jamal just said about might. If the international system operates on might is right principle, which Dr. Rasafa has spoken much, and the conventions cannot protect the Oromo, how can a people without military or geopolitical might still make themselves heard and become impossible to ignore? So anybody who wants to address this? So how, because without power, without might, we said nobody listens to you. So how can that be addressed? Yes, please. And then Dr. Mahat follow.
When we say might is right, many people might misunderstand that. Let me briefly break down what might is right. Might is if every individual person who knows his own interest or her own interest, based on that, get organized, think about ways of overcoming challenge, come together, work together, understand one another, take appropriate action on different levels, can gradually become very important force. An example, Qeerroo and the Qarree movement started with a small group of people, Qeerroo Bilisummaa. After 5 years, gradually expanded all over Oromia. They become mighty force for between 2015 and 2018. This is a very practical way Oromos have done already. What being done was political merchants, criminals who have been killing Oromos, gradually manipulated that because of lack of effective organization. That opportunity was abused and misused. And the enemy that came to power by using this force tried to dismantle and destroy the Oromo. That means mistake was made on the way. So learning from that kind of situation, we can communicate and start to deal. What Dr. Jamal said, we shouldn't leave our interest to individuals. Individuals can be corrupt, can betray you anytime. We should establish a collective leadership that can listen to the people, that allow people to participate in the struggle. So we have learned from the last 50 years from our struggle, what we achieved and what we missed. We know what we missed, we know what we achieved. So our struggle is gradually building momentum. So based on that momentum, we should start to work. There are forces that struggling in Oromia today than any time before. The Oromo Liberation Army is very strong. Are there problems with that? There is. There is political strategic problems. There is political problems that should be addressed. We should be able to openly communicate with them and contribute whatever required from us. So, like in America, what was being said during the revolution, during the 1776 revolution, there is no taxation without representation. Voice of all Oromos should be listened to it. Genuine Oromos, not all Oromos. Today there are Oromos who become Netanyas. We have to be sure about that. There are Oromos who become Ethiopianized, it becomes the enemy of the Oromo people. We should know that. So there is no middle ground anymore. So it requires, we need critical knowledge, we need critical information, we need to develop our nationalism more than what it is now. Oromuma should be redefined and developed further to empower the Oromo people. So this, what we are discussing, is can be very general, very problematic to understand, but this kind of things can be resolved through trial and error, through practice, working on what should be done. Thank you.
Dr. Misa, until you unmute yourself, if I take this chance and help you read one of the questions, you might have missed it. It's from a young...
No, let me have the questions answered. This question, Dr. Mohammed has raised his hand. Then we can go to that, if you don't mind.
So have you seen the one asked by Free Oromia?
Yeah, I'm looking at the questions. I'm following. So next would be Hayu, and then Jamal Ibrahim. 2-3 questions. Girma Shumi. I don't know what the Free Oromia you're looking at. Is it the question Q&A?
Yeah, let me read it. And how can the collusion between certain members of the Oromo diaspora and the Prosperity Party be challenged? And are there legal avenues in the Western countries to hold individuals accountable for any roles they may play in enabling human rights abuses or political repression. This was her question.
Okay. Let Professor Mohammed tackle the first question. He raised his hand, so then we'll continue. Professor Mohammed.
Let me see if he is struggling with the mic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Ambisa, I just wanted to make a small remark about we don't have the military. We do have military today. Never. In fact, I don't. I have been a student of Oromo history, and I don't remember except before the conquest, when the Oromo have such a formidable force. They don't have tanks, drones, heavy artillery, but what was started with 1,500 to 2,000 men 7 years ago is today everywhere in Oromia. Just mention any region where the Ola is not operating. They are everywhere. These are the force we have. If we support them, if we have trust in them, with all the weaknesses, we generally always tend to look for weaknesses and then capitalize on it. Why not we capitalize on their strength as much as possible, sharing our ideas with them and then encourage them. And a day will come when they will be the defenders. They are the defenders of Oromo rights, and the crises are building up. Only those who have fighting forces will really survive in Ethiopia with the coming storm, and strengthening them is, for me, the best investment in the future of our people. Why do I say all this? We have a military force, and we have to believe that they exist to support our interests. Thank you. I'm done.
Dr. Mohammed. Let me ask Feri's question. Feri is a beloved advocate, Oromo advocate. She lives in the UK. Ferin Shengafatte, to what extent does selective reporting by established media outlets contribute to the loss of credibility, especially when they prioritize pre-existing relationships over reporting real-life atrocities forced by underrepresented communities? And one of our Jales, Denebo Wario, wants to answer this question. So Dr. Daniel, give Denebo the chance to answer the question. Denebo, if you raise your hand, we would really appreciate it, so that your mic would be unmuted. Do you see him?
The mic is
Daniel?
yours. Yes.
Go ahead.
Nabo, if you are around, the mic is yours. Please unmute and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't intending to answer the question. I was trying to write down another question. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. So the question is this: to what extent does selective reporting established by media outlets contribute to the loss of credibility? Anybody who wants to speak to this? Anil, you are the reporter among us, so maybe we should give you the chance to answer this question.
Mostly, I would say it's not selective reporting. If you receive news of human rights abuses and you have humanity, you have to report that. I don't see any selective reporting, but based on where you are from, you might want to be, you might be interested more to hear about the news coming from Oromia. And we are not saying human rights abuse is not taking place in Amhara region, in Ethiopia, or in the Tigray region, or elsewhere. Whenever we receive news, we always cover, but also we are volunteers. We don't. I'm not personally a full-time journalist. I'm volunteering at Infinite News Network, so I have a very limited time, and most of us do have limited time because we don't have resources to, abandon our personal career in 24 hours work on the media or on a book or on advocacy. So we have a very limited time, and we report on news as we receive. I don't believe there is selective reporting. Especially when you come to the Oromo news coming from the Oromia region, there is no selective reporting, in my opinion. There are times and when you are more focusing on the people being killed either by the Ethiopian government or by the Fanos, because they are the most frequent perpetrators, and we highlight that. And it doesn't mean human rights abuse doesn't happen by other stakeholders, but yeah. So if I got the question correctly, I think this is my opinion about that.
Okay. Galatomi Daniel. Dr. Truman?
Thank you, Hambisa. I thought I ought to chip in with answers to previous questions. Firstly, what bold new approach to break through the resistance to the information getting out? And as Martin Plaut told us, this is just hard work. It's a question of getting to know journalists and people in NGOs, people in government positions, and forming a relationship so that they eventually begin to trust you. And this is just hard grind. There's no easy way around it. There's no magic wand. You just have to work hard at this. Tomorrow, we will be talking about changing strategies, especially using storytelling, as said earlier today. And we'll be talking, hopefully, with other human rights organizations about fostering cooperation. So if people are at all interested in becoming part of advocacy platforms, then I must encourage them to come along tomorrow. So basically, it's not selective reporting, it's just prioritizing, and the only way we can get up that ladder is to form relationships with individuals who have a bit of clout. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Truman. Two interrelated questions. As Professor Asafa mentioned, stateless people don't get attention from international institutions and laws. How do Oromo advocacy activists view this assertion? If they share the same view as Professor Asafa, why don't they advocate for the independence of Oromia so that Oromo people have their own independent state? That's question number one. Question number two, stateless people don't get attention from international institutional laws. How do Oromo advocacy activists view this assertion if they share the same view? I think the same question repeated twice. I'm sorry. So it is one question. Why do the Oromo, if they really believe in this assertion, why don't the Oromo get organized in a way and advocate for the independence of Oromia? As an open question.
Correction. Correction.
Yes,
I said adequately they don't get, not totally. They don't get adequate.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. They don't get adequate attention. So the issue is the issue of adequacy. So why don't you uh, come together and in fact, so what we need to do?
Okay, so anum titidebure.
Yeah, please.
Nagamami. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a very fundamental question. Actually, regardless of what international law dictates or Ethiopian law dictates, if the Oromo people so wills, and that is their independent Oromia or country, it should be. And who is going to make that possible? It depends on how hard we work for it and how much we are committed to that cause. The tiny Eritrea has gotten their independence, 5 million people, compared to 60, 70 million Oromo. Even if we commit 5 million, the population size of Eritrea, to regain our emancipation, it's possible. But how do we mobilize, how do we organize, and how do we navigate the tremendous obstacles that is internal and regional and international? I think it depends all on that. But there are priorities that we have to work. There is some adage from I grew up hearing. It says, "Afanin Sheikh Hussein jeda, milan gara muka." You pray to God to safeguard you, but you don't just rely on God, but you have to seek for a refuge where you can get protected physically. So we can work on advocacy, diplomacy, but at the end of the day, the buck is stopped by the Oromo people who can make their own determination. So the Oromo people will decide. But if you ask me personally, yes, I believe 100% the lasting solution for the Oromo is independent Oromia. Nothing short will ensure the freedom, because the colonial relationship with the colonizers cannot be reconciled. Our goal is not compatible. We don't have any common ground. So use any means necessary to break the colonial yoke to get our freedom. But that is big. Do we come to the meeting when OGF calls us? Do we come to the advocacy meeting, or do we go in the streets and really yell slogans when the time requires for it? Do we come together and discuss whatever the stance or the outlook or goal of that individual or group is? setting aside our differences, can we come to the same table and discuss what is good for us, even theoretically? We don't. So we have to start doing those things, and then the bigger things will come naturally. For that, Dr. Balina.
Galatomi Jamal. Daniel, namni mogor jedhamu kun eenyudha? Is
Zalalem helped me remove Mogor.
No, don't remove Dr. Daniel.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah. Don't remove him.
Okay.
Sagalee maa dhageessisare? Okay.
አይ ሲሰጠው እንትን ማይኩ ሲሰጠው ወዲያው ተከፍቶበት ይመስላል።
Okay. Okay, so I think Dr. Hambisa, according to our schedule, we have a 10-minute break. Shall we take that break now?
There are a few questions left, and at least we should acknowledge that. And if we need to leave, we leave.
So we don't leave it. We take a break and then come back and complete the questions. Yeah,
that's good with me. All right. So everybody, warri gaaffii gaafattanii gaaffii keessanii hin dhiyeessina. Hin dubbisna gaaffiin tokko tokko probably foorumii kanaaf hin ta'u ta'a irra darbuu dandeenya nu dhiisa. Garuu everything will be attended to. Itti deebinaa daqiiqaa 10 booda. So let's take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Dr. Daniel, rafti kana kennuun kee kun dogoggora namni baay'ee waan deebi'u natti hin fakkaatu. Utuu itti fufnee xumurreeti gaarii ture garuu you have taken the risk.
Yaa Dr. Haile, daqiiqaa muraasa namoonni akka ba'an miti akkuma as keessatu jiranii warri bishaan barbaadan illee ba'anii akka isaan deebi'anidha. Itti fuftanii dhumarratti isin dubbata Dr. Haile. Iniif Dr. Caaltuu.
Yeroo baay'ee nama wanta turee fi nama deebisuun isaa rakkina fida jedhaa gaash already ta'eera. It's okay.
Turn it off. Yeah, I can give them a couple of minutes. I think we started at 53. So
Okay.
I'll wait 3 more minutes.
105 it 118
Yeah.
Okay.
Mogor dubbachuu feetu?
Has Mogul been invited to unmute?
Let me see. Yeah.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, I've been waiting for more than 3 hours to say something in this gathering here. Let me just say one thing. Extraordinary people, extraordinary human being needs an extraordinary respect, celebration. Dr. Trevor Truman and his associate, Dr. Alex, they are extraordinary people, men. I have a deep respect for them. I hope they understand this. When it comes to the subject we are talking about, you are talking about, is in fact originates from the very core of Berlin Conference of 84, 85, that gave authority to Abyssinian Menelik to conquer and subjugated the Oromo and other nations and nationalities. That one is forgotten. From that time on, the Oromo and others have been subjugated bitterly and kept in a very dark situation throughout years. Empire of Ethiopia was built not only by Abyssinians, but by the help of European colonial powers. Then I can list their names, but I don't have to now, because you guys probably you understand, or you might have forgotten it. So what happened was, during the Derg regime, military regime, because of so-called famine, the Derg regime settled about 40,000 Amharas in Horro Guduru, and armed them and forced Oromo people to farm and feed them for 3 years and make a house for them, and then they lived there, and then gradually they turned out to be Fano and started killing Oromo people. Martin Plaut, he should have knew this. He should have, in fact, reported this when he was a journalist. Martin Plaut should have understood Abyssinian Ethiopian Empire is an empire. It's not a country, an empire which kept so many different kinds of ethnic groupings, and he didn't do it. Today he told us that Oromo question is complicated. Oromo question is not complicated. Oromos are Oromo people, as Oromo. So, ethnic wise, they are one. That one, he missed the basic understanding of the Oromo people. It is his own failure. So that's why I say that when the starting point is wrong, the logically derived conclusion is completely wrong. We are not getting to the basic question of the people who are being eradicated from the face of the world. So Martin Plaut, he should have understood what kind of people were living in Ethiopia, and the connection, or who are the Abyssinians, who are the Oromos. Abyssinia and Ethiopia, it's not the same. It was Haile Selassie in 1931 who said in his first not constitution, Higga Mangist, from today we are Ethiopians, he said. But that statement is not really constitution. Higga Mangist. That Higga Mangist died with Haile Selassie. The existing regime is following the same step. Mallas Abiy, when he took the flag and the Higga Mangist from Haile Mariam Desalegn, he praised his mother, he praised Minilik, he praised Haile Selassie, and he said that we will take Ethiopia to the highest position Ethiopia has been. Ethiopia has nothing of that kind. Abyssinian dictatorship, Abyssinian dominance continues until today. The situation we have today is
thank you, Mogar. Try to wrap up.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The situation we have today is that the situation that exists between the vanquished and the victor and vanquished, the master and slave, the dominant and the dominated. And this is what produced and reproduces the extermination of our people, Oromo people. Abyssinia and Ethiopia question should be reconsidered by someone who has the moral and the ability and understanding. Ethiopia is not Abyssinia. Abyssinia is not Ethiopia. Abyssinians are misusing that concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mogar, for your impassioned speech. I would love to know where are you joining us today? Dr. Ambisa, the mic is back to you.
Okay, Galatoma, there are many questions, a lot of questions. So I would like people to answer them as briefly as possible, unless it really warrants a discussion. So the first question, Fannoon Oromiyaa keessatti saba keenya fixaa jiru. Mootummaan akka duuba jiruu fi hidhachiisu himama. Fannoon biyya Amhaaraa keessa jirtuu fi mootummaa lolaa jirtu gareen Oromiyaa keessatti saba Oromoo fixu kana garee koomitii yoo isheen jettu hin dhaga'ama. Maali garaagarummaan isaanii? Inni taanu waaboon warra qabu qubattoota Amhaaraatti tarkaanfii fudhatuun ni balaaleffama. Fannoon biyya Amhaaraa jirtu garuu gootee hin beektu. Kanaaf maali garaagarummaan isaanii? Profeesar Mahammed naaf deebisanii kan jedhudha. Profeesar Mahammed jiru kana deebisuu danda'u?
Naan jira. Amma boodaan baha malee amma ni jira. Fannoo Wallagga keessatti, Shawaa keessatti, biyya Amaaratti Fannoo organize dura ka godhe mootummaa Abiy yoo namni kan yaadatu taate. Fannoo kuraataachinno bakka feene erginaa bakka feene goona jee isa ka organize godhe. Yaadattu Shimallis Abdiisaa tara lama Bahaddaar dhaqee cheekii miliyoona 200 fuudhee geessee akka special Amhara force Fannoonis oolaa dura akka dhaabbatan dhufanii akka wajji lolan kan godhe. Gabaabduutti laal Fannoo bakka lama laaluu nu wayya. Fannoo biyya Amhaaraa keessa jirtu. Fannoo dhuftee ummata keenya balleessitee isaan ummata keenya wayitti lakkaawan jibbansa qaban ummata dachirraa kaasanii qabeenya isaaniiti warasaniimi. Kana mootummaan odoon forsiin federaalaa eeriyaa san jiru yogguu ummata buqqaasan qubata kan laatan waa takka illee hin godhan. Abadan waa takka illee hin godhan. Maal jechuu mootummaa Abiyyiitu Fannoo meeshaa godhatee ummata keenya cabsaa jira. Isaan achi qubatanii Oromiyaa Amhara special zone Wallagga keessatti akka ijaaramu gaafachuuf deemanii bar waan dirree bahee jiru basically. Tun ummata keenya addaan facaasuu dadhabsiisuu waan godhame jara keenya gamana laaluu kan hin ta'in mootummaa Abiyyiitu kana eegalee ijaaree hanqa ammatitti jira bakka waliin gahuu barbaada. Haalli jiru kana jechuu barbaadeeti. Reality irraa baqachuun barbaachisu. Everything wanni badiin ummata keenya irra deemtu beekumsaa fi sappoortii mootummaa Abiyyiitiin. Isaani ka faayinaansi godhu, isaani ka tireen godhu, isaani qawwee ka kennuuf yoo isaan overwhelming ta'an jedhanii yaadan federaal forsiin jidduu seenee ka addaan qabu isaani. Maal jechuu barbaadeeti gabaabdutti ka ummata keenyaan lolaan jiru mootummaa Abiy Ahmad namni kana baruu qaba. Kanumaan jechuu barbaada. Inni pilaana qaba Oromoo cabsuuf addaan facaasuuf kanaafi kana godha. Anything use godha. Akkuma Sumaalee milishaa amma use godhutti Fannoos use godha. Ummata keenya dadhabsiisu addaan facaasu hangama kiyyaan fixadhee obboleeyyu jedhan.
Galatoma, Professor. Let me read two similar questions or two questions. Although the international organizations are well aware of Mr. Abiy's actions, they are choosing to turn blind eye on the suffering of our people since 2018. They are even struggling to maintain him in power and the status quo of the empire. Why? Kan jedhudha. Maaliif iddoo sanatti eeguu barbaadu? Second question, full-time service versus voluntarism sila dubbatameera. Baay'een keenya hojii biraatu hojjennu isa kanammoo voluntary midhaan hojjennaa ni jedhu. In the face of a terrorist regime which deploys millions of full-time killers, how much does voluntarism weigh? Do you have specific suggestions on how we could change this? So our advocacy could be changed from voluntarism into a full-time activity or service. Anybody who wants to tackle this? Warri harka kaasanii jiran Daniel, is this a new one? Kan warra duraanii harka isaanii buustetta?
Yeah, it's a new one.
Okay. Are there gaaffii kana deebisuuf moo waan biraadha? Let us answer this question. Who is dubbiin inni gaaffii lammataa sanaan hin akkatani amma full time activism for part time activismidhaan hojjenna voluntarismidhaani. Inni kuni sustain gochuu danda'a. Is there a practical way we could change this kan jedhudha? Professor Muhammad.
An gaaffii duraatiin deebisuu barbaada.
Okay.
The first question, mootummaan Ameerikaa 100% isaani mootummaa Abiyyi ka jaare sallaayii isaanii ture bara. Amata 8 sallaayii isaanii ture isaantu fide. Isaan argumentiin isaan kennan ammaa miti 2021 yoo inni kufe biyyaatu diigamaa Europe will be overwhelmed with refugees tajettu kan qaban. Kanaaf isa achitti qaban yoo inni kufe biyyaa diigamaa. Basically kana inni badaa tahuu inni crime akka commit godhu 100% ni beekan tananirraa fudhadha 100%. Yoo nuti jabaanne sagaleen teenya ni dhagahamti. Yoo nuti jabaachuu baanne sagaleen hin dhagahamtu. Namni humna hin qabne ni badaa hanqanuma qofaan isin bira dhiisuu barbaada gama kiyyaan.
Baay'ee gaarii. So the issue of volunteer vis-a-vis full-time service. Dr. Jamal?
Ani waan gabaabdu jechuu barbaada. Fakkeenyaaf har'aani bakka akka argame dhiphadheeti. Rakkadhee hojii kiyya dhiisee nama beellama na jijjiiru kadhadhee jechuudha. Waanuma xiqqoo kana garuu jechuun I spend like a couple hours here, right? Waan guddaa miti. Silaa wanni kun wanni hojjechaa jirru diina waggaa 100 olii ka haala hundaan of ijaare waggaa 100 nu dura jiru isa bira gahuudhaaf deeme. Sadarkaa inni deemu osoo hin taane silaa saffisa hedduu adeemsa isaa caaluun deemuu nurra ture. San godhuuf immoo haalli keessa jirru jireenya keenya biila kafaluu qabnaa. Warri paartaayimii hojjetu kun galatoomaa jechuun barbaada. Dhugatti galata guddaa qabdan. Damaas garuu Oromoon dhugatti waan jedhu kana Oromummaa Oromiyaa tana bilisummaa nama wal qixxaahuu fi ulfinna akka barbaadu taate nama hojjechiisuun hin danda'amu. Experience jira. Kanaan dura jaarmiyaaleen akka ollaa waggaa 3-4 takka ummanni horii baasee haga faranjii qadarree miidiyaa amma biran dhaqqabamu jedhamu CNN, Al Jazeera, Washington Post hundatti dhaqqabnee ture. Kana maaltu godha? Mani. Yoo maallaqni jiraate nama mindeessinee qaxarree hojjechiisuun full time hojjechiisuun danda'ama. Gaafsan Oromoon jaarmayaa qabdu jechuus dandeenya. San godhuuf immoo waan guddaan feesisu. Just $5, $10, 20-50 namni haguma danda'een if kenne. Akkuma yeroo cidha yaaman cidha deemee waa kennu. Akkuma yeroo graduation waaman kabajaa nama tokkoo ka biyyaa caalchisee namni horii 100 kennaa deema Oromoon. We got the money, we got the resource. So sacrificing godhamu laale ka danda'u qaama isaatiin argamee hidda mukaa nyaatee dhagaa boraafatee roobaa caamaan lolee lubbuu isaas kennu jira. Nuti immoo konfartii biyya Westii keessa teennee yoo contributionii baatiidhaan guyyaa $1 baatii $5 yoo kennuu dandeenye we can do a miracle dhugaa dubbachuudha. It's possible. Garuu wishii qofaan hin ta'u gaa. Dr. Ambisaan qofti, Professor Muhammad yookiin Daniel qofti kophaa isaanii uumaa godhuu hin danda'an. They can do so much waan danda'an godhuu jiran. So it takes the contribution of everyone. Kijibaallee nu barbaachisa, hattullee nu barbaachisa, kamaalla qabus nu barbaachisa, hayyuus nu barbaachisa, gootas nu barbaachisa. Hundaa walitti qabee jaarmiyaa oofu nu barbaachisa, saniif immoo horii nu barbaachisa. We need to have an institution that can reach to our community, raise funds, and before that, but we need a plan, we need an organization. So one akkasi kana yoo goone kana hunda keessaa bahuu dandeenya na fakkaata. Maybe I'm too simplistic, but it's doable. Jechuudha.
Let me put the question, warra panelists Rafi. Amma inni Dr. Jamal jedhes dhuguman danda'ama namni. Garuu rakkoon keenya probably waan hunda keenya walitti nu fidee walitti nu qabutu dhibee natti fakkaata. We are so fragmented. Kan keenya waa'ee geographiidhaan dubbadhaa, waa'ee gidduu yookiin waa'ee mirgaa yookiin waa'ee bitaa yookiin waa'ee obboroo yookiin waa'ee barii iddoo adda addaa dhaabbannee jirra. Dantaa Oromoo kana giddugaleessa ta'ee kan walitti qabu, kan walitti harkisu, kan walitti hiriirsu, kan waliin bobbaasu nu barbaachisa. Fedhii qabaachuun koo yookiin Dr. Jamal fedhii qabaachuun isaa yookiin Dr. Daniel fedhii qabaachuun isaa isa kana biriijii gochuu hin danda'u. Fedhiin sun gaariidha, garuu we really need giddu galeessa sana qabna. And that leads us to politics. Sila waa'ee politikaa naasofnu jenneerra, garuu it takes us to politics. Isa qabnaayi attam gooneetu isa kana overcoming goona. Nama leadership keenya dhaggeeffannu jenne sila. Do we have really leaders gidduu dhaabbatanii nu gaggeessan? Do we have one? Jechuun isa nutti fakkaatu dhiifnu. Hundumti keenya waan adda addaa dubbachuu dandeenya. I think rakkinni keenya it is rakkina macaafa qulqulluu keessatti maanni geggeessaa leadership hayyuun rukutaa hoolaan hin bittannoofti jedha. Tikee rukutanii ajjeesanii jennaan hoolaan gargar facaafti. Nuyi amma hoolaa tikee hin qabne taane natti fakkaata. Si maal jettu? Attam gooneetu isa sana gaaffii goona, attam goonee isa kana goona. Ammatu ji'aan hundumti keenya $50 ta'u $100 hin dandeenya buusuumoo waan itti amannu tokkoof. Buusna yoo jenne $100 buusne namni 1,000 $100 buuse $1,100 buusna jechuudha ji'atti. Kolaarri 100 would do miracles sadarkaa marra jiru irratti. What do you say?
By the way, Dr. Ambisa, Gutu also raised a similar question as one of your pointers. Gutu Sakata architecture beku.
Gutuluwa sa jedhee jirudha?
Yeah, Gutuluwa, yeah. Gaffi.
Read the questions for us, Daniel, if you don't mind.
So he said, hello, everyone. Thank you for organizing this important discussion. I deeply appreciate all the presenters for their insightful and well-prepared contributions. I would like to raise the following questions for reflection and dialogue. One, it is disheartening to observe that some diaspora Oromos appear to be fostering divisions by prioritizing clan, kinship, religious, or locally based initiatives over our shared identity. This trend risks undermining Oromoma, the symbol of our core collective unity. Numerous philanthropic and non-profit organizations have emerged, often named after specific Oromo clans. While well-intentioned, I fear this could jeopardize the broader struggle for the Oromo people's right to self-determination. What are the thoughts on this growing fragmentation? The second question is, at the same time, we see these organizations successfully mobilizing significant fund for humanitarian aid back home. While commendable, such efforts often address symptoms rather than root causes. Regrettably, there seems to be a lack of coordinated action from diaspora groups to support sustained Oromo human rights advocacy. In your view, what strategic steps could be taken to align this effort with long-term justice and self-determination goals? Those are the two questions from Getu.
So let's answer those questions. Gaaffii kositti dabalaati wal duuka. Dannaboo yaaluu gaaffiin deebisuudhaaf harka baastee dubbadhu. Ammud Dannaboo Daniel.
Dannabo is I'm muted. It's permitted to talk.
Dannaboo, are you there? Okay. Warri biraan. Dr. Haile. Unmute ugadhaa Dr. Haile.
Ani kanan jedhu gaaffii nama gaafatame kun boor irratti mari'atamuudhaatiif karoorri bahee jira. Sababa kanaatiif undue timeidha jedhanii yaadan. Gaaffiin kun nuu qabamee boor yeroo mari'an nuti tunu dabarsanii gaarii natti fakkaata.
Gaarii. Garuu waan baay'eetu waan adda taasaamutu dhaqee achumatti dhaabbachaa jira. It's not being answered. Waan hundumtu dhaqeetu kasa goonuu jenna garuu how ni jedhu naqu. Therefore, what happens is all our effort today becomes kind of mute. Ga'ee dhaabbatu ta'a. Kanaafuu inni borii kan advocacy kana galuttis advocacy sana dhiisne garuu as a group as a general jedhee yaada Dr. Haile maal akka jedhan hin beeku. But that's my thinking. Dr. Haile.
Guyyaa boriitti kan nuyi mari'anna jenne wanta basic walga'iin keenya har'aa kana irratti murtaa'ee borii actionable item irratti mari'annaa akkamittiin gara fuulduraatti adeemna kan jedhuutiin piroograamiin qophaa'ee jira. Innaa sababa kanaatiif isa waa'ee borii haasa'uudhaatiif qophaa'amaa jiru kana har'a kana keessa oollee hojii keenya saburii irratti gala cancarsaa jedhan sodaadhe. Kanaaf gaaffiin kun akka jirutti qabamee borutu adreesii gooneeti gaarii natti fakkaata. Maaliif akkamittiin gara actionitti deebifna maree keenya har'aadhaa kana jedhameetu qaxamuun boritti qabamee jira.
Okay, let's move to the next question.
Kanarratti gaaffiin guutu tokko humanitarian wantoonni ta'an dhaabbanni Oromoo keessatti ijaaramanii maqaa gosaatiin yookaan maqaa naannootiin yookaan maqaa amantaatiin wantoota tokko tokkotti wanta local ta'anitti yookaanis immoo smaller of the large ta'anitti waan hidhatanidha. Wantoonni kun akka unified ta'anii akka collectivitti hin ijaaramne yookaan sochoone miidhaa fiduu danda'u isa kana jedha. Kar tokkoon advantage inni qabanii rakkoo biyyatti uumamuu fi asii yoo tokko fundraise godhanii mobilize godhanii warra biyyaa gargaaruu danda'anii kar tokkoon immoo isa akka collectivity ijaaramuu isa qabnu sana immoo himmiidha waan kun fragmentationii fidaa isa jedhudha. I think this is for the general audience, not only the human rights groups, especially relief organization you want to fakada. Getu can correct me if I'm wrong.
Ani deebii warra kennu keessa miti garuu gaaffichi naaf galeeraani. Garuu ani organizationiin organized ta'uuni naannoon is organized ta'uuni by itself cubuudha jedhee yaadu akkan itti wadhutti a full disclaimer fi currently I serve as a treasurer of Wabii Macaa Association. Wabii Macaa Association is a Wallaga organization and akkana sanatti fudhanne isa keessan jira. Kanafi I'm not speaking on behalf of the organization. Garuu akka nam tokkotti akka waan yaadun dubbadha. Kana full disclosure garuu akka beektan hin barbaada. Naannoodhaan ijaaramuun cubbuudha jedhee hin amanu ani. Naannoo fuudhanii isa kaan ittiin miidhuuf ittiin qooduuf gargaaramuun garuu cubbuu ta'a. Amma Wabii Macaa fakkeenyaa fi organizationii waa'ee Oromoo irratti naannoo Oromoo irratti ijaaraman keessaa isa dhumaati. Isa duraa Sikoomandoon jira, Ittuu Humbaanaan jira, kan Shanan Gibee jira, kan Booranaa jira. Maa'inni namni anammatu waa'ee Oromiyaa natti mettanii jalqaba kanan isinitti himuu danda'u lafa warri koo jiraatanii obboloonni koo jiraatan irraa odeeffannoo naa dhufuun isinitti himuu danda'a. Sana dubachuun koo warra kaan diduu kootuun ta'ini beekumsi koo tisiqeenyi koo isa sanaan jalqaba kana booddee expandii ta'a. Yoon ani lakki koo lafa akkasitti naladde kanaaf warra kaaniin nan qooda jee fudhadde zan cubbamaan ta'a balaaleffamuun qaba qabsoo Oromoottis ba'aa ta'a kun. Garuu naannoo ofitti rakkina isa dhalateef dursa ga'uu danda'uuni waan gaariidha malee waan hammeenya ta'ee fudhatamuun irra jiru. Kanaaf always it has to be really sincerely maaliif dhaabbatanii maal hojjetu akeekni isaanii maali isa jedhu sana ilaallee dubbachuu wayya malee hin dandeenyu. Yoo kana achi garuu maal goona waan hundumaa kan stifled ta'u akka waa tokko hin jiraanne akka namni waa'ee naannoo namni na yaadee waa sana hin hojjenne godha. Because inni nuyi sira dubbannu waa'ee political leadership for example one of the problems is that wanta giddu galeessa ta'ee waan gochuun nurra jiru nutti agarsiisu waan hin jirree fi everybody seems to be doing whatever he thinks is right. Why advocacy hojjenne yeroo deemnu nuti centralized wanta ta'e waan fudhannee deemnu qabnu just for hubannaadhuma keenyarraati aantummaa qabnurraati waa'een keenya waan nu dhubuuf waan Oromoo waan nu dhubuuf hojjenna. Inni suni I don't think necessarily parochial ta'uudha jedhee hin yaadu. Kanaaf positively fudhannee attamittiin warra akkattiin dhaabbatanii positively contribute gochaa jiran kana walitti hiriirsinee hojjennanii jedhu barbaachisaadha. Isa keessatti fakkeenyaa fi Wabii Macaa eega ijaarame booda warra sila maqaa dha'e kana hundumaa walitti taa'ame amma they have a coordinated agoobara qabu lafatti wal argan qabu and they work together. Yeroo fakkeenyaaf Wallootti rakkinni dhalate Wabii Macaa has taken part in it. Yeroo fakkeenyaaf Booranaatti Dagalleetti yeroo rakkinni dhalatee beelli galee Wabii Macaa has taken part in that. Akka sanatti positively yoo fudhanne we could see yoo garuu walitti qabnee dhuma nannee cagannee maybe we harm wanta ta'uu malu jedhee yaada kan kooti kun garuu fayyaa ta'a.
Galatoma. So I think
beauty of God Professor Asap.
Okay.
Okay. Professor Asapa, you are still muted. Unmute yourself. Daniel Gargari, Professor Asapa.
Okay, let me see. get back to panelists and then Professor Safa ask unmute.
Yeah, Daniel Nahid.
Authentication is panelist. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Complex. It's not easy thing. And generally speaking, akuma ada Oromo to you, locally da national labeling, injirata. Locally national level injirata, sirnu magada ke isa ujira hune. Garu amara ko gudda kan ta'e. Nama tu keessa ulluqee warra sabboonummaa hin barbaanne, warra tokkummaa hin barbaanne tu keessa nam'ee iddoo baay'eedha. Akka Oromoon ol nyaatu, akka Oromoon gaggarfaca'u godhu jira. Very influential individuals, for example, warra Abiyyi fa'itti linkidii ta'e, warra mootummaa fa'itti linkidii ta'e, because criterion isaa regionii matawoo ta'uu waan ta'eef, waan hundumaa baadhatee dhufa waan sun. Keessa nam dhufanii, au keessa nammanii akka Oromoon akka biyyaatti yaadne, akka Oromoon akka biyyaatti yaade hojiin hojjennu immoo undermine godha yeroo baay'ee hin argina. Attamitti kan avoid godhama. Attamitti sabboontoti iddoo hundumaa jiran ol duukaa dhufanii ol duukaa waa'ee biyya irratti hojjechuu danda'u. Fakkeenyaaf warra against Oromoo national interest ta'e. Attamittiin keessaa hungulaalanii baasanii control gochuun danda'ama kan jedhu. That raises a lot of complicated problem. Malee Oromoon iddoo fedhe taa'ee naaf gargaara rakkoo maal qaba? Qaama Oromoo hundi isaa qaami kee tokko inni waa hojjete harkis miillis ijis inni waa hojjete hamina qabu. Garuu yoo keessa makameetu meeshaa ta'e diinaaf Oromoo gargar harkisuudhaaf maali kun immoo isaa dhufaa nyaafi gisee Oromoo cabsee bulchaa adda addaa provinsii Oromoo partitionii godhee ji'oogiraafiitti siree mentaalis gargareere. Kan overcome gochuudhaan namni tokko dammaqee sabboonummaa qabaatee Oromummaa isaatti boonee ani yoo biyyi koo kan inni jiraachuu danda'u yoo national levelitti immoo of ijaare malee ganda qofaan of ijaaree jiraachuu hin danda'u jedhee akka inni itti amanuu danda'u gochuutu baay'ee challenging jedhe isa gochuu barbaachisa. Malee namaan kanan godhinaan kanan godhaa jechuun hin danda'amu. Garuu attamitti nuti waan hojjennu kanaa calallee keessaa baafne waa'ee biyya irratti akka namni hojjetu goonaa kan jedhu. Kan egaa attamitti fakkeenyaaf coordinating group kana fiduun baay'ee gaariidha. Garuu amma challenging kan isinitti dhufu warri tendency interestii wayii mootummaa nafxanyaatti hidhatu qabaatanii undermine isin godhu. Attamitti dhuguu dandeessu kana. Is a democratic process. Yoo baay'ee ta'anii they can hinder you. Fakkeenyaaf woboo gargaara yoo jettan hin gargaarnaa isin jechuu danda'u. Attamitti overcome gootu kun egaa hojii processii keessa hiikamaa deemu. Malee kanamaan kana godhaa kanan godhinaa jechuun Oromoo keessatti rakkoo guddaa fida. We should avoid that. But how can we use in a very positive way overcoming different challenges that will emerge? Because we are talking about region, about clan, and based on that, when we take action, sometimes it can be very risky, very dangerous. But it's very positive with Ofijarane. Ofijarane, Oromo Banan, is a great thing. Why is automatic leadership it's not a very simple thing. It's a very complicated process. Akka ummati Oromoo ammatti jirutti. Ummati Oromoo amma abbaa keenya durii warra 16th century hin geenyu beektu sana. 16th centurytti Oromoon ol argeetu madda walaabuutti murteeffatee akka biyyaatti loluu qabnaa. Duula buttaa waggaa 8 adeemsisuu qabnaa. Jedhee waggaa 96 loleetu Oromiyaa ishee amma jirtu biyya Oromoo kan jiru uume. Amma garuu warra amma jiru uummata Oromoo inni barates inni hin baratinis namni baay'een dammaqinni isaa rakkoo baay'ee qaba. Warra consciousness levelin ol guddatin jira. Lamaffaan warra utuu beekanii for personal interest Oromoo manipulate godhantu jira. Complicated kun egaa attamitti liidarii humnaanii processii keessa dhufa malee ammoo jedhanii nama wanni gochuu danda'a. Osoo akka garaa kooti ta'e waan akkasii kun kan dhufuun irra ture warra Oromoo jaarreerraa Oromoo tarkaanfachiina gara fuulduraatti warra jedhu utuu isaan akka gaariitti hojii hojjechuu jalqabani namooti baay'een hin fudhatu. Fakkeenyaaf national stature warra qaban warri political organization keessaa namni jaallatu gadi ba'anii hojii akkasii hojjetanii wanni gochuu danda'a. Garuu nama gidduutti baay'ee rakkisaadha. Namooti baay'een akka isaan itti nama laalanii inni iddoo akkasitti dhalatee warra akkasitti hin jetteetu andarmaanii warra gootutu baata. Kan ammoo mootummaan iyyuu akka keessa naqateetu laaqa. Akka kana hiinu baay'ee cimaadha. Fakkeenyaaf amma Oromiyaa Global Forumiin ijaaramee baay'ee effektiivili hojjechaa ture. Warra akka yaadatu harka keessa naqatee laaffisee reefuu ture batalaayizii gochuudhaaf ol ka'ee jira. Warra mataa waa'ee national interestitu yaadin waa'ee gandummaa waa'ee amantii warra akkasii yaadantu andarmaanii godhe global dhosaan fanxoon fayyisuu jedha Oromoon. Andarmaanii godhan warra political organizationii adeemsifna jedhutu yaada waan hin taane keessa facaase. Kanaaf rakkoo guddaa qabna. Akkamittiin kanarra akka aannu waan salphaatti deebii guddaa deebii argannee yaannu irratti effortii irratti goone itti deddeebine yaaluun irra jiraan jedha. Galatooma.
Galatooma Dr. Jamal.
Anillee yaada adda ta'een qabu waanuma isin lamaan jettan enforce godhuu barbaada. This is very fundamental. Dhugaa rakkoo takka beekuun walakkaa furmaataati. Oromoon gaafa qabsoo ijaarame waaltinaa'ee jalqabu fakkeenyaaf Maccaaf Tuulamatu ture. Maccaaf Tuulamaan ani fakkeenyaaf Maccaaf Tuulama keessa jiru yoo hidda lakkoofne. Garuu I embraced Maccaaf Tuulama as my own organization, which indeed it was and it is. Watakwa ulama gaafachiisu hin qabu. They were promoting my cause, ka official lamiti. Kenna hundu. Gaafa 1991 abaa ofii I fell on yeroo cumsaa biyya keessa galan. I was from Muslim dominated area. People were bypassing the office of IFLO and was visiting with OLF office. Kan waan jireenya kiyya keessatti argee ofiifis godhee bira dabree jechuudha. Kun maal agarsiisa? Even back then, when nationalism has not risen to the level it is now, when there wasn't Oromia as a region, when there were no bureaucracies of Oromo at all, people knew what is best for them, what united them. Adeemsa keessa immoo maaltu dhufee namni quboolli lallaatu jalqabe, walitti qaqqabuu jalqabe. It's a failure, no success. Dadhabinni gama siyaasaatiin, gama hidhannoo waraanaatiin jiruu fi milkii dhabuun maal fide ebaluu kana balleesse. Wanni kun ta'eef maalin inni ganda san warra san waan ta'eef waan jedhu sen. That is the genesis of the problem. Akkana fakkaatutti. Did we try to circumvent it? Not so much. Maal godhaa deemne diinis akkuma Professor Safaan amma jedhan harka keessa naqatee sulula bal'aan nu iddutti afuu jalqabe. Afaan dura wal dhaabuu jalqabe. So we have a lot of experiences to explore Canada baranne garas furmaataatti deemuu kan itti qabnu jechuudha. Persee kanaan alatti waan waliin dhabne malee waan irra wal dhabe hin qabu Oromoon. Oromoon tokko aangoo qabatee naannoo tokko cabsee miidhee yeroon itti jedhe hin jiru. Waliin miidhamne hundi keenya. akkamitti deemnaadha akkamitti adeemsa keenya sirreeffannaa yeah elementiin gandummaadhaa jira mun jiru maybe it's natural even the plants you know animals kingdom phylum class order mara jenne akkasitti ati qoqqonne barachaa turreemi nationalism immoo ofirraa jalqaba I have to respect myself to respect to Asafa I have to fulfill and provide for my family before I help my neighbors. That's natural. Kun umama kanaan immoo ijaaramuun waan gaarii barbaachisa jajjabaachuus qaba jedhee namana. 100% concur with Dr. Belina's idea. It's very important. Namni akka wal beekuun akka walitti aanuun wal mo'achuus danda'a wal hin deemuus danda'a. For example, one Oromo Hojjechuretam, I know Dr. Daniel for a long time. I trust him more than my clanmates. Okay, more Lakia, Ilma Oboleti Tia, Kahimbene Ojini Hojjechundendo. Because I don't know him. Yoga parochial, Yokinemu Nero Tehe, Wabale Sutatemale. If I want to be operated on, I should be operated by a competent doctor, not by an incompetent my brother. This is how we should think and go forward. So an ilman abbaa kota ani maatii tokko ta'anii ganda tokkorraa ta'anii sacrifice of godhanii ana bilisummaa yoo naa fidan why do I oppose to that? What's wrong with that? Wrongi kata umoyom naatu bilisa baasee waa hunda anatu argachuu qaba jedhee yoo namuma isatti aanu qofa ka favoritismiidhaan filatu taate rakkoon gaafsan uumamaa jechuudha. Ka ijaaramnu immoo lakki anatu gosa kiyyatu bakka irraa dhufetu ka Jamaal caala jedhee ka ijaaramnu taate that's destructive. I have never seen that. Inuyu namni Oromo te akka duubatti namni jala godha. Let macha akka machat sikkoon akka sikkota akka mandoo too ijaaran. Even sikko mandoo keessatti there are utawayus. You know, just be organized, no problem. Utawayu keessatti there are people organized. That doesn't negate warri shaashamanidha kan ijaaramne godhu jechuudha. Inuyu gaafa wal gargaarsi barbaachise it's easier to access to reach. The faranjin bar akkasif ijaarama namaan jetti nama fayyadamuudhaaf. During the election it's easier for them to access you. Nama tokko tokko manara deemanii guururra yoo ijaarama sanitti nama tokko xalayaa barreessita they have their own structure, organs and they function as a unit. So you reach by one letter, maybe 1,000 people. For me, it is positive. That is good dinner. You should, akas ijaramun, good dinner. Boda mo ulit dufne, ak Oromot, machaf tulamnis wobi, machatis, busa gonofan, boranatis, kasi commandotis, ulit dufne, agobara to kuyo ijarate, it's easier to operate. So I really encourage. This is not a problem. Garu jarme hota ke sarakin nijra enjra akagarija. We need to really work on those kind of things, honestly. So kanaf ijaramun kuni wan hamme sutakalle hinkabu. Favoritism wal tuffachu wal tokkora chalchisani bakka kennuudhaaf one deserving gone tokko undeserved loyalty. That's a problem. If we throw undeserved loyalty because you are from the same tribe or region or religion, that is dangerous. Can we do it?
Baay'ee galatoomii Dr. Jamal, Dr. Asaffaanis, Professor Asaffaan hedduu galatoomaa. Gaaffii itti aanee jiruun dubbisaa gabaabseen dubbisaa it's a long question garuu gaaffii isaa barreesseetu kana booddee naareetii godhee to what extent do you think the international community truly understands the callous nature of the Ethiopian regime. Kan jedhu waanuma sila dubbachaa turre wajjiniin wadhidhata maal jettu. Egaa waan mari'achaa turre tokko probably it is incumbent on all of us to make that known. Akkuma historytti deebinee yeroo dubbannu sila obbo Mogor yeroo dubbatanii he went back to 1884 yeroo scramble for Africa yeroo jalqabame kaase. Then we see in 1906 yeroo British, the Italian and the French came into agreement, accordi barreessanii, and they said we'll keep the status quo in place. American invitation is keeping the status quo in place. Everybody is talking about the Ethiopian empire should not be touched. And akkama jirutti in sila dubbanne why refugee Europe will be overwhelmed. You are digamte. All of those things are really it is always it's a kind of hiding the fact that they want to keep the empire intact, because an empire that is not dedicated to its own people, is not accountable to his own people, would be a servant to third party. So Zani, they are looking for a servant, they are looking for somebody who would promote their Rwanida. So maybe it is incumbent on us. You may answer that question. Yeah, please.
Waa'ee mootummaa baruu nurra jira kana. Seenaa mootummaa. Seenaa mootummaa mootummoota biyya mootummaa 193 jira actually. Kun hundumtuu attamitti uumamanii jennee na laalle. Baay'een isaanii nama caccabsanii nama ajjeesanii takka dictatorship ta'e ijaaraniitu cabsanii mootummaa ta'an. Warri caccabee, warri miidhamee, warra indigenous people kaanuma dhuman iyyuudha. Warra amma civil right irraa eeggannu, human right irraa eeggannu warra uummata baay'ee fixeedha baay'een isaanii. Kanaaf seenaa biyya lafaa baruu barbaachisa. Warri seenaa biyya lafaa fixee nama baay'ee fixee mootummaa ta'e kun sababa maalii qabuudhaafitu waa'ee Itoophiyaa mootummaa yoo baruu barbaadu, waa'ee Oromoo fa'aa maal isaanii godha? Dhimma isaanii miti. Kanaaf yeroo baay'ee namni seeratu jira, haqa namaa eegama biyya lafaa irratti jedhanii amanu namni. Fakkeenyaaf waa'ee biyya lafaa kanan barsiisaa, mootummaan biyya lafaa kun akkanatti ijaarame through terrorism, war ijaaraman. Oromoo irrattis kanumatu ga'e. Isaaniif kun jookidha, wanta simmeetiin kennu wanni hin qabu. Kanaaf uummati Oromoo akkuma keessa deddeebinee dubbanne kana baree dhimma koo anatu hojjetataa jedhee ka'uu qaba, danda'uu qaba. Kanarra geessisuu dadhabne uummata keenya kanarra hin geenye. Kan barates kan hin baratanis dhimma keenya nutu hojjetataa kan jedhurra ga'uu dadhabne. Garuu gaafati akkuma sila jenne might is right, gaafati dhimma kee hojjetachuu jalqabde iddoo xarapheeyaatu sii kennamatis United Nations irraatis iddoo argatta. Yoo kana achi gasi darbatan mee example Palestinian ilaala waan irra ga'e. Ammallee irrumaa gadhiibaa jiru warra humna qaban akka gaaffii isaan hin deebine. Biyya lafaatu warra humna qabutu akka genocide deddeefamu godha. Oromoo irrattis jaruma godhaa jira. Gadi baanee mootummaa biyya adda addaatu Oromoo irratti warra akka biyya fayyadatti horii kennee, qawwee kennee, leenjisee, kaan islaama hin jedhaa, hundi kaan kiristaana hin jedhaa. Gisee achitti dhufa kun islaamummaanis kiristaanummaas hin ilaalan isaan dhimma hin qaban. Maalan argadhaa? Amma yeroo kanatti iddoo kana argadha eenyutu dafee waan haa godhaa jedhu. Namni waa dafee godhuuf nama diktaatoreedha. Nama biyya isaa irraa jaalala hin qabne, nama jaalala hin qabne lafa nuu kennanis hin kennaaf hin gurgurata nama isaas. Warra akkasii barbaada. Kanaaf nuti maal jennaan nuti demokraatota, aadaan keenya demokraasiidha, nama jaallata, keessa hubaana nama haammataa jenna. warra Oromoo hammatu immoo cuubee garaa keessa kaa Oromoo hammatee. Kanaaf we have to be realistic and let's be serious. Then also, akka gaariitti seenaa baruun nurra jira. Seenaa keenyas seenaa biyya lafaas yoo barree waan hojjechuuf deemnu hin barra. Yoo kana achi yaadumaanitu ilaa kun biyya lafaa akkasii nagaatu jira. TV irraa akka haasa'u, United Nations akka haasa'u jenne realitiin isaa isa miti. Kanaaf let us be realistic, particularly warri Oromoon warri dubbisuu danda'u, warri waa hubachuu danda'u barachuu qabna biyya lafaa. Waa'ee keenyas barachuu qabna, waan irraa irratti barachuu qabna. Yoo kana goonetu determined taanee kaana. Waan guddaa beekumsa kan jedhamutu jira. Beekumsi bilisaa yookiis beekumsa critical knowledge yoo horanne malee yeroo hundaa daddaaqamaa dhumatu assumptionidha kana fakkaata jennee deemne yeroo daddaaqamne yeroo diinni nuti xabatee nu bira darbu argina. Kanaaf keessa deebine yaadne of beekumsaan of qarree equipii of goone dhimma keenya irratti bobba'uu qabnaan jedha galatooma.
Baay'ee galatooma. Gaaffii ittaanuun dubbisaa yeroon waan deemee fi gaaffii kana probably Dr. Truman, Boyle, warri human rights fi advocacy irratti hojjetanii deebii kennuu dandeessudha yaada. Jaarmiyaadhaa fi dhaaboliin Oromoo biyya adda addaa keessa jiru baqattoota siyaasaa warra refugees gargaaruu fi karaa resettlementiif haala mijeessuuf maal hojjechaa jirtu kan jedhudha. What are the Oromo communities and organizations in various foreign countries doing to support political refugees and facilitate resettlement kan jedhu hayyuutu gaafatee hayyuuni biyya Uganda jirata. Deebisa Dr. Truman. Mike in Kesad. Daniel, unmute Dr. Truman.
Thank you very much.
You are a victim now.
I've been silenced, yeah. So, regarding the extent of the international community and the awareness of what's going on, very few are aware, and this is our job and the reason for the this conference. And the last question, remind me again.
What are the Oromo communities and organizations doing helping resettlement of refugees and so on?
Yes, this is a disappointment to me. The Oromo communities in Canada have been doing a wonderful job of sponsoring resettlement over there, but no other group of people has been involved in that. And it's the Oromo Community Associations of Canada, especially that of Northern Alberta. And I would love to see that expanded. I hear that the Canadian program is more difficult now, but it certainly has not stopped. So we should be able to reinvigorate that. And there are other groups of, other organizations in Kenya who are willing to contribute towards helping that process, and we're negotiating between these two organizations. But yeah, there's all sorts of things we should and ought to be doing. But I'm afraid I'm just one man. I can't do it all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hambisa. I think there could be many more questions, but our time is running. And so let's try to wrap up today's discussion, and then probably we'll hold a second round webinar down the line.
And don't forget tomorrow's
tomorrow we'll be having human rights groups meeting that would
all those interested in advocacy, really.
Yeah. Okay.
Bayegarida, there are lots of questions asked. I tried to concentrate on the questions that deal with solutions, finding solutions, because really we know the atrocities that have been perpetrated in Ethiopia. Even the issue of comparing the EPRDF or the DERG and the PP, it is a mute issue because it really doesn't advance. One case every of the successive Ethiopian governments, they target the Oromo because the Oromo possess the most fertile. They are really Ethiopia is no more without the Oromo, and economic-wise, geographic location, everything, because Oromo is central. Every effort, every money can be summoned against the interest of the Oromo. If you could win the Oromo, if you could defuse the Oromo, if you could keep the Oromo marginalized, those who want that way would keep its position. So instead of following more questions, probably I'll give a chance to Obo Zalalem to summarize what has been said in Afan Oromo, so that people who were not able to glean the most from the discussions that we held in English would have some ideas of the issues that have been raised. Obo Zalalem,
and also
Sure.
to our schedule, we also have Dr. Haile and Dr. Chaltu to speak in Zalalem after Zalalem, I guess.
Okay.
Gaariidha, fayyaa ta'aa lachuun keessanuu waan ani amma ammaatti dubbatamerraa waan nu hubadhee akka afaan Oromoon dhiyeessuun gaafatame. Waan ani walitti qabee kan Dr. Truman dubbate, kan Professor Duwal dubbate, Professor Jaha Asaffaa, Professor Muhammad Hassanii fi Dr. Ebanoon kan dubbatanii isarraa yoon ka'e walumaa galatti rakkoo cimaa saba Oromoo irra gahaa jiru yeroo ammaatti sarbama haqasaa, sarbama mirgasaa, sarbama kabajasaa waan baay'ee waan irra gahaa jiru amma tarkaanfii waloo ariifachiisaa waan gaafatuuf mareef akka walitti qabamneetti hubadhaa maree kanarraati. Tarkaanfii ariifachiisaa fudhachuunis dirqama ta'uu waan wal hubatame natti fakkaata. Uummanni Oromoo iyyannoo dhaabbilee idil-addunyaa yeroo adda addaatti dhiyeeffatullee ajjechaan irraan dhaabbanne buqqa'insi haqisaa sarbamuun aadaansaa balleessuuf hojjechuun cunqursaan sirna mootummaa Itoophiyaatiin qindaa'ee irra gahaa jiru itti fufee jira isa jedhu irratti wanta hundumtuu wal hubannoo tokko qabu natti fakkaate afaan adda addaan dubbatamu malee. Egaa kanarraan kan ka'e uummanni Oromoo osoo uummata mirgisaa sarbame ta'eetu jiru akka uummata mirga nama biraa sarbeetti dhiyeeffamaa akka jiru yeroo adda addaatti namoonni baay'een kaasanii dubbataniiru. Odeeffannoon sabaa isaa disinformation jennu biyya keessaa alatti kanneen mirga uummataa sarbanii akka hin beekamne godhee jira. Yeroo baay'ee immoo waa'ee sarbamuu mirga dhala namaa gabaafnu waa'ee warra mirgi isaanii sarbamee dubbanna malee warra mirga sarbeen dubbannu kan jedhu yeroo baay'ee ka'aa ture. Isarratti immoo disinformationiin dabalamee callisuun keenya saayilansiin dabalamee jechuudha.
waliigaltee mirga namoomaa idil addunyaa sirna inni amma isaa International Human Rights Dr. Asaffaan kaase waliigalteen kuni sirna warra koloneeffatootaa fi siyaasaa humna qofaan akka bulutti waan ta'eefi baay'ee uummata keenya akka gargaaruu hin dandeenye. Kanaafi abukaattummaan uummata keenyaa isarra darbees immoo advocacy jechuun abukaattummaan jedha advocacyidhaani. Abukaattummaan uummata keenyaa qabeenya gahaa hin qabu akka gaariitti socho'aa hin jiru. Karaa biraa immoo afaan Ingiliishiitiin compassion fatigue, desensitization waan akkasii kanarraa keessa jiraachuusaa kanarratti hundumtuu waan kaasanii dubbatanii waan hubatame natti fakkaata. Egaa kanaafi maal gochuu barbaachisaa isa jedhutu immoo dubbatame. Tokkummaa fi tokkummaa keenyaa fi uummata keenyaaf dubbachuu jabeessuu qabnaa kan jedhu. Fakkeenyaaf OGF'n cimsuuf jabeessuuf hojjechuu nu barbaachisaa. Dhaabbilee fi gareewwan Oromoo gidduutti tokkummaa jabeessuu, faffaca'iinsa irra akka isaan tokkummaa fi waltumsuu filatan gochuu nu barbaachisa kan jedhu. Oromoo biyya alaa jiran immoo akka sagaleetti, akka qabeenya uummataatti akka isaan bobba'anii akka isaan hubama mirga uummataa kanaa akka isaan addunyaa dhageessisanii mobilaayizii gochuu qabna kan jedhus ka'eera. Darbee sarbama mirga namaa kana saaxiluu fi kanneen sarbanis saaxiluu kan jedhu sirnaan galmeessuu qabna. Sarbama mirga uummatarra ga'aa jiru kana sirnaan galmeessuu, kuusuu, addunyaatti beeksisuun isa kanaan saaxiluu jedhamu. Inni kun akka gaariitti hojjetamaa hin jiru. Itti jabaachuu qabnaa kan jedhu. Akkuma kanaan dura kaafnee turre yemmuu gabaasnu immoo waa'ee sarbama mirga dhala namaa kana waa'eedhuma warra mirgi isaanii sarbamee qofaatu hin ta'in warra mirga kana sarbus duukaa saaxiluun barbaachisaa akka ta'e eenyu akka isaan ta'ani. Dhaabbilee mirgoota namaa idil addunyaa ta'anii warra NGOs jedhaman ta'anii warra mootummoota ta'anii walitti hidhataa cimaa uummachuun barbaachisaa akka ta'e waan kana saaxiluuf jechuudha. Barbaachisaa akka ta'e dubbatame isa keessatti. Kanaachi tartiibaa fi akka itti dhimma keenya dhiyeeffannu kana jijjiiruu qabnaa jedhanii namni baay'een dubbataniiru. Keessumaa waa'ee miidiyaa keessatti waa'ee story telling strategy Dr. Evanuun fa'aa yeroo baay'ee irra babba'e. Inni kuni gabaasni keenya akka amanamummaa argatuu fi baay'ina isaa caalaa, vooliyumii isaa caalaa, gadi fageenya isaa, deebsii isaatu jabeessinee dhiyeessinee sammuu addunyaa jijjiiruu danda'a laata kan jedhu akka wannuutti dhiyaateera. Yemmuu dhiyeessinus immoo sammuu addunyaa kana jijjiiruu fi caalaatti seenaa dhuunfaarra individual stories namni tokko akkamittiin akka waan kanaan hubamee seenaa kontekstii keessa kaa'anii haala seenaa fi haala siyaasaa lafarra jiru wajjin wal qabachiisanii dhiyeessutu irra sammuu namoota jijjiiruu danda'a kan jedhu. Kanaachi immoo waanuma teknooloojii fi itti dhimma ba'uu infograafiks waan akkasii kana ka'ee ture. Gara biraan wanti ka'ee akkamittiin mirga Oromoo fi eenyummaa Oromoo kan akkatti eeguu qabnu, jabaannee eeguu akka qabnu, akkatti afaan Oromoo, qubee aadaa Oromoo cimsuudhaan sirna sabboonummaa Oromoo kanaa fi haqa Oromoo balleessuu fi dura balleessuu fi hojjetu kana dura dhaabbachuu akka nurra jiru. Karaa adda addaa kanneen daangaa Oromoo dhiibaa jiran saaxiluu fi dura dhaabbachuu maaliif waa'ee daangaa karaa Faannoos karaa Wallagga Bahaa karaa Booranaa karaa Godaas baay'ee kaka'ee ture. Inni kuni barbaachisaadha akka jedhutti hubadhe waan namni kaasirraa karaa adda addaa kanneen daangaa Oromoo dhiiban kana saaxiluu fi dura dhaabbachuun barbaachisaa. Uummata Oromoo mirgoota isaanii barsiisuu fi seera idil addunyaa jalatti qaban akka falmatan kakaasuu, jajjabeessuu, qindeessuu barbaachisaa kan jedhu. dhumarratti tarkaanfii waliigalaa fudhachuu qabnu kan kaka'e yoo jiraate miidiyaalee dura addunyaa ta'uu humnoota daayasporaa adda addaa ta'anii warreen NGO ta'anii sochiilee yookaan muuvmentii adda addaa wajjin tumsa ijaarrachuun barbaachisaa akka ta'e tooftaa fi tarsimoo hojiirra ooluu danda'u kan ifaa ta'e qabaachuu fi jabaannee immoo qabaachuu qofaatu hin ta'in hojiitti hiikuu jirurra oolchuuf tattaafachuu akka qabnu akeekni kana nama lamaan tokkotu kaasansiyaa akeekni qabsoo Oromoo immoo akkuma uummataatti dandamachuu qofaaf osoo hin taane bilisummaa fi haqaaf nageenyaaf kabaja uummataaf ta'uusaa mirkaneessuu qabnaa kan jedhu walumaa galatti yoon goolabuu waan namni hundumtuu jedhamu walitti qabu kanan keessaa argaa kanuman jedha ammaa fi fayyaa ta'a.
Baay'ee galatoomii nama biraa dubbachuu barbaade baay'ee galatoomii Zalaalem amma Dr. Caaltuu fi Dr. Hayileedhaaf inni carraa kennaa. Dr. Hayileen hayyamtu taanaan Dr. Caaltuun addursituun jedha kun anumatu jedhe. Dr. Caaltuu, the floor is yours and you are muted, so unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you all who are listening and our distinguished presenters who have highlighted several key points that we should focus on, points that we should all treat as homework. This includes building connections with international media and journalists, as well as understanding how to conduct effective advocacy work. Just to name a few, Abiy Ahmed made it clear just about a week after taking the oath of office that he plans to dismantle Oromo nationalism. This should be a wake-up call to those who may have still placed their trust in him. We must keep in mind, while Oromos in Oromia are under total security control, many in the diaspora have chosen to remain silent. Violation must not only be documented, but also actively challenged and defended against. Tomorrow, as we discuss what actions to take in the short and long term, we hope that everyone here today will participate and that you will also inform others who were not able to attend today's session. Thank you very much. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Galatoomii Dr. Caaltuu, Dr. Haile.
Okay. Thank you very much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to say again, thank you for the panelists and also for the participants. And we call this meeting, this conference, because of the ongoing discussion about the slowing down of Oromo Global Forum. And we are thinking about today's conference as a beginning of bringing back Oromo Global Forum to the organization that used to function very effectively. And based on the evaluations that we made, why the OGF activities have slowed down, today's conference has confirmed that we do have a very good hope that the Oromo struggle is continuing and that people are still in the process of working on how to resolve the problems that we are in. And this brought to us a big message that at the time of activity slowdown, it does not mean quitting. Today's participants have concluded that quitting is not a solution, and Oromo struggle does not have the luxury of quitting from what has happened. And we would like to encourage everybody to come back tomorrow to create an action plan of how to strengthen the advocacy work and human rights. And the world has, even though it has taken a long time, have started realizing and documenting about the problem on the Oromo people. United States Secretary of State in last year's report has admitted there's about 16 pages of report where they clearly wrote down that the problem in Ethiopia is because of the government. And this week, again, United Nations and its report has confirmed that the problem that is happening in Ethiopia is because of the government, and this has come out officially. And even though the problem that is going on in Oromia is not resolved yet, the recognition is coming to upfront. And of course, one thing that we have to remind ourselves is in the past, empires have come and have gone. The only empire that is remaining and that is still existing is the Abyssinian or the Ethiopian Empire. This is the last empire. It will go. The only thing is we don't know when. It could be in a week, in a month, in a year, but it will go for sure. History has confirmed this. Empires have come and have gone. And the only empire left is the Ethiopian Empire, and it will go. And based on these premises, let us come back tomorrow together again and at least create some action plans for the advocacy committee and then move forward. And the issues that we have been talking about, organizing, it will start with bringing Oromo Global Forum organizations that have been working together, strengthen that again, and continue. And there is a very good chance that a group can come up and bring both the leadership of Oromo and the fighting army together, so that the time of independence and emancipation should be very near. And again, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for creating that there is hope again for us to go forward and move forward. And I would like to stop here and see you tomorrow at 11 p.m. DC time.
11 a.m.
Oh, 11 a.m. Sorry, 11 a.m.
Yeah, finally, I thank everybody, our distinguished guests and panelists who have presented very insightful presentations today. Tomorrow, our program will be mainly about the Oromo human rights groups. So the human rights groups will meet again tomorrow for a short duration for about an hour or maximum of 2. The program begins at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard. We'll use the same webinar link as today, and hopefully many of you can come back and join, and you can ask questions, but would mostly be a discussion among the Oromo Human Rights Group, how to collaborate, how to work together, what are the challenges facing each of the organizations. Thanks so much, and I hope to see you tomorrow again. We hope to see you again tomorrow, and we plan to hold a similar forum and within a few months, either at the end of this year or in the coming year. With that, we can conclude our today's meeting. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you for your great work. Thank you.
Galatoma.